done started, child. I kind of want to see if I can bring the little fucking thingy thing up here. Are you gonna talk? I know the answer's no, but I'm gonna ask it anyway. And I can't see alone. Even if I could, it'll all be great. I ain't gonna lie, I might fuck around and listen to this Dido album. Just for no other reason than I can. Uh, did I disconnect? Hello? Oh, there we go. I didn't hear anything you said. Oh, is my thingy? I think it was just for the crash landing moment. Oh. Oh, I didn't say anything important though. All I said was that I was gonna listen to this Dido album eventually. Oh, that's not what I was trying to do. Hello. Let me up. Let me up. Oh, that was airline food? Where is the thingy things? I want some coconuts so we can start cooking. Oh, it's thingies over here. Damn. I ain't gonna be able to hear coffee. Wait, hold on. They're giving me useful things? Oh, now what? Okay, let's put you. Because I learned from the other time, we can cook many things. We cannot cook, like tools. You will burn that shit and it will be unusable and you are fucked. Oh man, did they break? I was trying to bring whole ones. Uh, okay. Where's the... Where we came from? Oh, we going there. Oh, but not you over here burning shit. I was asking if you was gonna talk. Oh, oh! I pressed the wrong button. Uh-huh. Oopsies. Incinerate Bing Bong? Ciao. Let's just go. We gotta somehow get all the way the fuck up there. See, like, what is that? Why is it floating? Also, again, anybody watching, if you got me on Steam, add me in. Tell me you're gonna add me as a friend, and then hop on in. Where's coffee? Okay. I kind of wish you hit the horn because I can't hear you. Oh! Chop, you stay still so I can hit. So I can hit you? I don't want to be hit. Ooh, luggage. Oh my god, a first aid kit. It's a sports drink. Y'all see the way he's just leaving me? It is not like he gonna yell and be like, "Yeah, I'm over here on top of you or to the right, and you gotta go up this mountain and this part or nothing." He's just going. Ooh, there's more luggage. I'm gonna stop getting distracted by luggage. Oh, but more luggage. Are you hurt? Hey, coffee. Let me see if I can get up there and help you up from the way you're going. Okay. No. Hello. This one is pretty chill. I'm finna go grab these coconuts because I'm a little peckish and I don't want to use my actual food. Ah, you're that way. Okay. Let me up. There we go. Well, if you don't let go, thank you.
Show them, lead it. Unique. Do it like a dance if they want to know.
Hi, Chris.
That's what you are.
There's some bugle shrooms up here. Oopsies. Oopsies. Oh, they're chubby shrooms. My bad. It's two more. The person who didn't want to play Fort with us? Oh. Dun, 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 dun. Hmm. Oh, a magic bean. Thank you, thank you. What happened to Gab playing with y'all? Playing what? Oh. Oh, period. We already at the top of here? crazy. Antidote? Fuck these binoculars. Is there any coconuts you could grab or some shit for extra food? What's the thingy? What is that? Here all. Ooh. Alright, hold on. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna throw this. Not that. No! Anyway. You having space for that and was just staring at it, I'm gonna fight you. Wait, don't light it yet. Oh, and you lit it. What are you doing? Are you burning them? Damn. You don't want the backpack? The whole backpack. Tank burnt bing bong. Here's a random Chris Berry. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Oh, actually, I'm hungry. Never mind. Hee This mountain climbing game, Gab is very much welcome to play. I don't think Gab's here in here right now though. Like it says, she's online. Fuck it, I'm gonna just send invitations regardless. There we go. She'll join in at like, if she do come in, she'll join in at so fucked that we gotta go down to go up. Ooh. I saw that. You got hurt. Damn. Could it be a fall? I'm not sure how to tackle this. Usually I have dads here. Oh, bitch, we literally... Ooh. Thank you. We walked like right by some luggage. What's in here? It's a granola bar. You hungry, coffee?
Yeah, I'm good.
Ah! It's the man. Hi.
I'm tempted to right back off.
Do you have a space in your bag for the granola bar?
I have one space left in the bag. I don't
Okay,
have
can you take the granola bar? I want to keep as much food as possible because I know they're gonna get real fucking annoying with giving us food later. Where are you? Are you up on the thingy?
Yeah, I went to get the shelf.
I gotta turn the music down to hear you more. Where?
I think I'm following you now. I went to find the shelf.
Marco? Marco! I'm still like at the base. Hold on. I don't know, ran around a whole section. Do you see the luggage? Copy? I'm gonna just eat it. Damn. Cause I don't know where the hell you at and I can't make no progress if I'm just holding it.
Sorry, can you hear me? Am I getting closer?
Yes. Hello? Are
I'm
you
getting
up?
closer. I'm on a vine.
You're on a vine. Hold on, hold on. On a vine?
Yeah,
Motherfucker, what vine?
I just dropped all the way down. Yeah, I'm coming down a mountain now. I'm persevering by the luggage.
Do you see the whatchamacallit? What is that called? The lava?
I don't see the lava.
You don't see the lava. Okay, you're okay.
I'm back where you found me. Don't go back.
Why can't I climb? There we go. Hello?
Hello?
I'm looking at like a flow of lava.
Okay, let's see if I can climb it.
Do you see the waterfall?
Okay, I see the lava now.
You see the lava and you see the waterfall?
Yep.
Okay. And you sound really close.
I'm getting closer. I can hear you.
You may be below me somewhere. Hi, beeps. You got Peak you want to play? I almost broke my damn legs. Hold on. There's like a lot of vines where I am. Oh, there's some luggage all the way over here.
Okay, I'm right in front of the lava in the waterfall.
The waterfall.
Wait, there are two waterfalls with lava. Which one's in front of me?
I don't know. Oh, I
Look, look.
see.
Don't move. Yeah, don't move.
Ooh. The rain was making me move. Hold on. Unfortunately, I don't have this game. Oh, I see you. Copy. Okay.
Why don't I see you? Where are you at?
I'm above you.
Oh, come on down.
Okay.
We gotta find the fire too.
Okay.
I gotta light this shelf on fire.
I don't know where we're going anymore. Ooh! Okay. That
Oh yeah, the water can cause some damage.
did not know that. Noted.
Alright, come on up.
Hold on. Chris gave me a song. What is this song?
Is it Taylor Swift?
No.
No.
Imagine hearing Coffee's voice in your Discord when we're in DC.
Well, I might have gotten on the mic for Fortnite if he would have booted up. He was playing Rachel.
Que pasarea. Add to queue. Okay, there we go. Is that Coffee? Yes. Currently, it's just me and Coffee.
Who's that?
Beebs. It's Beebs.
Bieber! Oh my gosh, he slapped me.
Ah! Poison.
Yeah, we're gonna have to get poisoned a little.
I want to go over here because there's luggage, and I like
Yeah.
grabbing shit. Oh, it's two things of luggage. It's right next to one of the exploding thingies that'll knock you off them. It's a fucking lollipop. A lollipop and a lantern. I hate this game sometimes. I'm feeling. Hopefully, I kind of want
Do you have
to.
any space for the lantern? You go and eat this banana.
Now I do.
Okay, take the lantern because we're gonna need it for next round.
Okay. Oh! You motherfucker!
Somebody clip it. Yeah, I'll do it.
You motherfucker. Hi, Gab.
Gabble, welcome in.
Daz and Sharp want to play? Oh, Peak? Y'all want to hop in with us? We going over
you
to
can
them?
hop in with them. You hop in with them so there can be 4 people.
Uh, But Coffee, you're here. You're talking.
Child, there will be plenty more opportunities. And plus, I just got my snack, so.
Oh, okay.
So we're gonna jump.
We're gonna jump.
Yeah.
You, the way you did not hesitate. I'm just gonna light myself on fire. That's how I'm gonna go out. Yeah. Oh! The way that fall didn't even kill you. Oh, there we go. The way that fall didn't even kill you. There we go. Oh, that was only 30 minutes? And we was, well, I wouldn't say we was at the halfway point because we was fucking around for a second. Rip Bozo is crazy. So, They gotta invite me, correct? Correct?
Yeah, I think Char's also streaming as well, so
I
you
do
can just
not
go on
have
there.
Char's thing on Steam. Char has the mod. Oh, coffee, come on. Char got the mod. It's gonna be all of us. Hop
All
in.
right, child. I'm still gonna eat my snack though.
Okay. Let me go in there and be like, hey, Char. Gad extended the invitation to us. Also, speaking of extended invitations, we could have had two more people play Blitz with us last night, but my ass thought I'd be bothering them if I messaged them to boot Fort back up. Hold on, I'm trying to add Char as a friend. Give me a second. Give me a second. If you hear Char, because I have the stream open. How the fuck do I do this again? Okay. Friends. Okay, okay, and then add friends. Yeah. Is there a add a friend? Oh, there we go. That was a lot simpler than I thought it'd be. Blitz was crazy after the live event. Your only weapon was the DBZ Mythic and it was unlimited. Ooh. I'm also. I don't want. There we go. Play game. Yay. I'm in here. Hi. Just say you hate me. I feel like I should. But what is the controller icons? I have no idea how to do the little thinky thing. Are y'all speaking? Wait, let me ask if they're speaking. Because I can't hear them. like it's push to talk. So I don't know if they can hear me right now, but I'm here and I'm gonna drive to Walmart now that my driveway is clear. Hopefully you'll be still on. If we're playing Peak, we probably still gonna be on. We probably still gonna be on. It's not a short game. Not really. Yeah, I can't hear you. No, I cannot hear you. But the way you're responding sounds like you can hear me. Like it's your mouth's not moving. But my mouth is not moving. Is my mouth moving now? Hello? It doesn't even show that your mouth is moving. Also, thank you for the bits, Chris. Thank you. Have fun at Walmart, child. Alright, it's gonna be some technical difficulties while we get this shit up and running. So please bear with me, and I do apologize for silence. Gab, can you hear everybody, or am I just like in hell and I can't hear nobody? I think I'm in hell. I can't hear nobody. I can't hear nobody. I know, like, I know you talking to. I know you talking. Push to talk.
Your first meal of the day, so I need to question up. The question is on the question and answer. Don't worry about it, bro. Just making sure. It's perfect. Understanding pants. Hey, Goofy, this is my first time playing with you.
Why is it broke for me? This is
My
ghetto.
first time playing with Coffee. It's completely silent. Did you reboot the game?
Let me reboot. Ciao.
Yeah, yes, we have.
I apologize. It's ghetto. It's ghetto. I'm fixing it.
You've been talking this whole time? Talking? Talking? Oh my god. Wait. Ticket. Never played a game with coffee while he was talking. You have to go back to restart. Was it a lie? Don't fake happiness.
Okay.
No one believes coffee. That's crazy. I believe you, coffee. Maybe it's something else like that. You was talking with your car like 20 minutes ago. Yeah, but the two of you are fine. That doesn't make sense. I'm sorry. I mean, yeah. Yeah.
Ooh. Child, I'm gonna fuck around and click the wrong thing.
Crazy. No dance for free. Illegal. Oh, well, let me go ahead.
Where's... Ooh. It's not letting me
You
do
got
it.
it. You got
Okay.
it. I got you.
There we go. This is ghetto. I hope it let me in this time.
Shy. Watch me win. Now watch me nay nay. Now watch me win.
I'm genuinely sitting
Watch
here
me
trying
nay
to figure
nay.
this shit out.
Ooh, watch me. Watch me. Ooh, watch me. Watch
Now,
me.
if I start hearing
Ooh,
myself in
watch
her
me.
stream,
Watch me. Ooh, ooh,
then I at
ooh,
least know it
ooh.
works.
Can y'all hear me now?
I don't know. I just
Oh
felt
my
like.
god, hi Coffee.
Coffee!
Oh,
Wait, wait,
okay.
Oh my god, hi Jakara.
wait. Shh. Coffee, say something.
What do you mean? I talk all the time.
Oh my
you all
god!
imagine.
It's Coffee's voice! Ah! You're gonna fall out.
Y'all
You're
are
gonna
so
fall out.
dramatic. So dramatic.
Oh my god! I fainted. I lost it.
I feel like one of
Oh
those
my
little
god!
girlies that love
The
to kick
only
up
way
little
when I
people.
hear Coffee talk is when he's streaming, and that barely
Right.
happens.
Right.
Ooh,
Right.
not too
Come here,
much.
Jakara.
Huh?
Okay, there you go.
You can, yay.
Loud and clear.
Hi.
All right.
So, what level do y'all want to
Miss
do?
Ram.
What is the highest that I have?
7.
I don't know.
7.
I don't think I have 7.
The highest I've seen is
I
5.
don't
Seven is
have
crazy.
7.
I've only made it to the top like twice.
You have 5?
The highest that I currently have is 3.
3. Okay.
So we doing 3 then?
Where's Sensible? He got into 7.
I guess.
Oh, sensible. Oh, sensible.
Sin, what up?
Throws draws. Oh my
Now watch me
god.
whip. Now watch me
There are
whip.
boxers that you.
Hmm? Now,
She gonna go to the end to the
you are so,
stuff.
you are so Aggie. You could have said panties.
Sin.
No.
You know what you did.
No pressure.
Coffee, where in the hell is you going?
I know you stream. God knows how many
Anywhere.
hours.
Wait, does
We have a
HB
big
have this
group.
game?
Say
if
less.
She's not booting up.
Bet.
Yay.
Sin is booting up.
Nah, HB fake.
Oh.
With love.
Oh.
Question, Char, you have
Fake
you
with
have
love is
cannibalism enabled, correct?
Don't nobody eat me or some fighting.
How do I enable it?
I'm chopping
Oh,
you
I think it's
first.
on by
I think it's
default.
already on. I think it's on by default.
Okay,
You can
good,
take it
because
off.
I'm trying to eat y'all.
Oh my
I'm eating
god.
coffee left leg.
I'm
Leave
not.
my legs alone.
Oh.
Oh my god, his left leg.
I can't see it. I don't enable. Yeah, it's on. It's on.
I mean, if you want to eat me, go ahead.
Did you just? Did you just?
Go
Are you
ahead.
showing off your booty? Are you showing
Sure
off your
am.
booty? Oh, bye.
Feed a whole village.
I'm good.
I know that's right.
I know that's right.
You gotta finish cleaning, Jojo. Jojo. Eat people. Maybe I don't boot up. Nah, boot up.
It's too late. You
Buddha.
already agreed.
No taking backsies. Now watch me whip. Now watch me nene. Now watch me whip. Watch me nene.
Okay.
You mean Nana?
Ooh, watch me. Watch me.
Nene.
Watch me. Watch me. Ooh, watch me. Watch me. Ooh, 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 ooh. Nana is wicked.
That's what she said.
I mean, it is what she typed. But I knew what she meant.
Ooh, it's a raid.
Anka? You already done for the day? Anka? Interesting. Hi, everyone. I'm Aisha. I'm a Friday streamer based in the Netherlands. I'm also a mother of 3, but I just send them to bed. So you won't see or hear them, hopefully. We are about to start a very big group party of PEAK, and they added cannibalism in the game. So I'm just saying, if I run out of trail mist and you see me take a bite out of Sensible's leg, it wasn't me. It wasn't.
Oh.
Ray trailer.
Squeeze me.
Oh, not you on top of the sign.
Hey.
Hold on, you can probably climb up here. Now.
And they need to give us more places to climb in the lobby.
Sensible. Hey, shawty, don't play that game.
This game's stupid.
Oh,
I
Oh, you
can't climb
love it.
over.
Imaginary wall. Oh, they hate us.
there they are.
What this nasty ass man at?
Got a lot to do. Welcome back, Anka. Thank you so much for the raid. Did you just yell at me that I make you
Hello.
go?
Okay.
Cause why?
Hello.
Hey.
Sin.
Sensible.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
The picture part got you. Thank you so much for the follow. And Sin! Thank you so much for the follow and the raid,
Char.
everyone. As y'all know, I am on a
Dab.
partner push, just like Anka
Hi, Coffee.
and Joe after
Good to see
work,
you.
Joe Marion,
Good to see you,
and Dalo. And
Daz,
TZ
you.
is almost
Is it
there.
Daz?
He already got one leg
Over
in
here,
the door,
yes.
you know, so he's already there, basically.
What's up, Daz?
And we already graduated Blue and Crew and Caleb. They already got the check mark, so we're trying to follow after them soon. So if you can leave a tap
who's
over
ready
for
to
me, I
see
would
this go,
appreciate it. I do a lot of things over here. I do co-working,
you
playing
gonna play this
games,
little game?
all kinds of games, cozy, JRPG,
Yeah, I've seen them one time.
mystery,
Glitched, but
simulation. I do a lot. I do whatever I feel like doing,
boot up,
and
through the
that's
floor,
literally
and I
just
was
the
like
vibe that you
running
get here.
outside, and he was just
Today
posted
we
up
ended
right
up
over there.
playing Grounded 2 with our son, with our 10-year-old, and we just sent him to bed and the girls. So now it's time for me, for
Alright,
mommy, to
what
play
is Shannon
games
giving
with
me?
her
7?
friends. So I'm not a heathen. You can't even spell
Sure.
heathen right. Karma, karma,
7.
karma.
Not harassing.
But yeah.
What,
That's awesome. Thank you, Atina. Everyone that joined in on the
just
raid,
need
thank
to
you
get
so
this
much.
seven
I
meters.
appreciate it. Like I said, feel free to get ready for the chaos that is about to unfold, because I can promise you this will be chaotic. Yes. So, who wants to be eaten
This would be
first?
so civil.
Not I.
Oh,
I nominate
Me.
I
Poppy.
think I
Oh,
volunteered.
Sin. You look
Huh?
like
Oh.
a nice
has a
lobster
gold
crab. I
sash.
could cook you up.
Oh, gold sash. Who got that? Damn, let me take it off real quick.
You got a golden
Oh,
sash?
look at it.
nerd.
Oh my god! Wait, let me pawn it off real quick. Take it off. Take it off.
Oh, what?
Take
What?
it
Hey,
off.
hey, hey.
Nah, take it off.
sparkling.
Take it off.
Hold on, I got invited and
Take
I'm
it
getting
off.
jumped.
Crab boil.
Take it off. Take it off. Take it off. Take it off.
It's
it off.
sparkling in the light.
I'm sick. What do I need to do to get that?
I sent 7.
Sick.
Oh.
Yeah. Bye. Because ain't no way. All right, let's
how
start,
far
y'all.
up did we want to go? Or
The hardest that I have is 3. So let's try and survive 3, and we'll see what happens.
It's definitely
All
gonna be
right,
a lot
I'm
of
gonna start
cannibalism.
now. Yeah, definitely.
yeah, I'm definitely eating Char. Yeah, she's gone. She's the first one.
Everybody here?
Let me get hungry on purpose.
Oh. There we go. The push the mute thingy doesn't work for real. Or it's not like it don't do enough.
But I'll be right back.
Oh no, you got 30-minute late.
Oh, there you go. Good card.
Yes.
Coffee,
You
eat
face down
ass.
in- You face down in the sand, girl.
Coffee eat that is sick.
Listen.
Who said that?
Type your words right.
Oh.
Okay, I got rope.
Teehee left you.
And
Now coffee.
We definitely need that. Yeah, we need
happened?
that for sure.
Uh-huh.
I'm sorry, the more the panic study, the funnier it got. Oh no,
Who's
not
that
you
bing
making
bong?
Aunt Penny. Damn, you wild real. See what I did? See what I did?
Oh my god. I ain't do jack shit and I'm already hungry. What the fuck?
Yeah. It's increased. It goes faster.
You got it. You got it. Okay, I can't reach this. Music is very. Wow. Yo.
Yeah, go all the way out here. Some nigga on food. Oh, coffee. Over here. Over here. I dropped a whole bunch of coconuts.
The beach is naked today.
The beach is naked?
That's no
A
coconut.
naked beach is insane.
Oop.
I think I paid for each one I hear about my name. Oh.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
WHWH.
Come to the front of the class. Let me talk to you. What are you doing?
Coconut.
Oh. What are you trying to do? If you're in the chat, you gotta come back.
Here you go. Go down here. Scar,
Okay.
Yes.
I'm returned.
I'm already hurt.
Oh.
I was jumping around.
You know, perhaps you deserved it. Cause why? I don't have like any. I have a lantern. That's the only item I have.
I have Bing Bong and a whole coconut.
I think I need more coconuts around out there. Let's see.
Come over
I
here.
feel like we should probably start like just going because our hunger going up fast.
Oh yeah, and the fog is gonna get us. Oh, I forgot. Yeah.
I gotta cook first.
Hi. What can I eat? What can I eat? What can I eat?
Okay, I think we can go.
No, no.
Oh, coconuts.
Don't forget Bing Bong. Does anyone have Bing Bong? Bing Bong?
Coffee has Bing Bong.
I have Bing Bong.
Coffee, do you have Bing Bong? Bing Bong? Bing Bong?
I do.
I wonder why. I wonder why.
Oh, you are walking in a very weird.
Am I?
What are you building? Is that Bing Bong? Oh, no,
Is
it's
Bing Bong incinerated? Yo.
Did you burn Bing Bong? Bing Bong? He is charged.
Cook, crispy, extra,
You
extra.
Oh no, let's go, y'all. I don't think Bing Bong.
Come on, right hand, right hand.
Fried Bing Bong.
There's a bunch of coconuts on the ground right here.
I don't. Wait,
Not crab. That's frog legs. Frog
A while
legs.
ago. Bing Bong got fried.
Oh,
Okay, honestly, dang, babe, babe, I need you to make a poll.
That's cool as hell.
And the poll needs to have this question: who should I eat first whenever I get too hungry and have no food? Babe.
Ooh,
In the game,
period.
you
Yeah,
nasty.
Say it again.
Wrong person.
Coffee.
I was aiming for
Freak.
gas. I'm so sorry.
See, he being shady already. Eat him first. Eat him first.
Eat it first and sit.
That was none of my damn business.
Huh? Don't worry. I'm gonna worry. Don't worry about it, sweetheart. Don't worry about it. They added
Bandages.
cannibalism to the game, remember? To eat him first. Oh, so we are playing with Sensible,
Hello.
Das,
I ain't.
Jakara, Gab,
A damn flare.
Coffee, and of course that's me, but I can't eat myself, so, you know.
Wait,
I mean, maybe you can.
wait, does
No.
it
There's some bears up
do you
here.
need a flare for some food?
There's like 4 up here.
I don't know. Hello?
Okay.
But I'm delicious. I know.
How she know that?
Oh, that's the French for. Okay.
Yeah, how do you know that?
How you know that?
Oh, she knows.
Oh.
Oh, we went this
You
way
wanna know
last
too?
time, actually.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh God.
It's a
She know that?
berry
Ah.
behind you.
Which way? Wait, I didn't take a good look at the mountain. Which way are we going?
I think left is better. That right side looks
Left? Okay.
weird. Yeah.
These
Yeah,
damn
looks
I
jellyfish.
got distracted and I
Okay.
forgot to look.
Don't be sipping HB. We know you're mayor of Freaky Town.
Predict with channel points. Oh,
Yeah, I'm the
okay, bet, bet, bet.
secretary.
Who should Char eat first? Yeah. Thank you,
Okay.
babe.
Oh, I might not make it.
Chow for jelly bean, jelly bean, jellyfish.
Oh yeah.
That's
Oh,
so
yeah,
nasty of him to
Watch,
do.
watch out behind you.
I got it. I got it.
Hey, everybody.
Oh, hype chest. Thank you for the hype train. It's a little doggy, a balloon doggy.
This seems like a nice path up.
Not
Hey, don't
sin or
freeze.
sin.
Who did that?
Ooh,
Yo, that is.
Ooh.
You
That's
know what?
so
Let me go ahead
crazy.
and jump off the side right now.
That's
I'll see
Ooh.
that later.
Actually,
go
jumped
ahead and
off.
predictable quit.
Oh my
Oh,
Help me, pull me out.
Josh, you just walked away from me. That's what you did.
Oh, God.
Wow.
She was gonna let you die.
Okay.
I thought
She
you
was
were
gonna let you
fine.
I was being dramatic.
Oh my
let you
god, I
die.
thought you were funny.
She literally turned around when you said help for real.
I
turned
didn't
around and
hear
just
it
was
because
like,
I was
okay,
laughing
she's
too
fine.
loud. I'm sorry.
This is how I get treated. This is how I get treated.
Babe, why are you cackling?
Cracking up.
Why
That's so
cackling?
funny.
Oh,
Oh wait, that's over the fall.
babe, why are you cackling? And now you're choking. See? What?
Now,
You good over there,
Is it
Juju?
just- Babe, are you
Juju.
kidding?
Juju.
It's Juju.
I still don't know why he's laughing. I still don't know why he's laughing. What are
He's
you?
actually cracking
What are
up.
you?
It's killing
What are you clipping?
Gab.
Babe, what are you clipping? What are you clipping? You still
Yeah,
laughing?
Juju, please put that for evidence.
Child, it must be funny as hell. It better be funny. Don't disappoint me. It better be funny as hell, for real.
You can walk right here for a
Do
little
not
bit.
disappoint me. Do not disappoint me, babe.
There are
It
two
better be funny.
lollipops over here.
Are we going to the left? Yeah.
Shit.
Ooh. Period.
Okay, nice.
What's this
Period.
thing?
What? You were extra bad.
Babe.
Oh, this is
Athletic.
Oh my.
it's a like a regular chest, but it damages you whenever you open it.
Oh.
It's not funny.
It takes some yeah. I can do it. Unless you want to do
I'm scared.
And
it. Sometimes they have good items. Okay, so yeah,
the
this
enemy team
is
from the ops,
good. I'll
but he accidentally
You have space
So
for
we
it?
back
off the
up.
map.
Okay.
yeah.
He still manages to
Get some
grab
coconuts.
the wall. I keep climbing. So
They're over there.
I'm seeing his mic move, so I switched to game chat. And while he tries to climb up, I'm hearing, no! I climb up the
Begging.
back of the map. No! And then, shit, oh shit, I clicked it. It's so funny. I swear to God.
I was struggling.
Actually in trouble and Char said, oh, and walked away.
I'm here.
No, while Sensible was falling, a random was falling at the same time in the game, so
Oh my god.
Oh, okay.
that's what he was telling. Cause, ooh, child, this man.
He was hacking and coughing. That must have been hilarious.
He was choking on his M&Ms and stuff.
live.
Like, how did we get over here?
Hey.
I was left.
Yeah.
Huh?
Which way are we going?
Up.
Which way are we? I mean, yeah, we going up. Have you using your head as an armrest this while?
This looks fine.
Oh, listen. You will see that
He does
often.
that. He always do
Here.
that. That's normal.
Very often.
Just because he's a gigantor. Shark's just
Okay.
a shark.
I'm just following the group, to be honest.
I'm following
I didn't get
Coffee.
a good look at the mountain.
Yeah.
Coffee.
Oh,
Like, we already did a descent.
We about to get lost.
thank you for the
So,
follow, Lee.
why you walking away then?
Because I think this way will work.
Okay then, I'm following you.
Alright,
Coffee
we
sounds
die, we
smart.
die.
So I follow him.
I'm gonna get on this bridge. Oh!
Oh!
Now, Coffee.
Yeah, we're about to
What
fall.
happened? What happened?
They both
It's
was on
gonna
the
break. It's
bridge.
gonna break.
Oh.
Oh,
There it goes.
Thank you for the sub. Wait,
We
this
can
is my
still make
first
it up
time
here. We just have
really
to,
being up in here officially. I
We're going
appreciate
to the right.
you. And then you
Ooh.
went and
Just have to make
subscribed
it.
at tier 1. You're a real one. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for subscribing and sticking around even after the raid. I
Roll
can only
call.
hope you'll have more fun times here. Wait a minute. I'm gonna fall. Okay, wait. Yeah, okay.
I guess I'll start
Okay.
catching people. It's a shitty little.
Sin.
They all back there. They're just standing.
No.
I don't want to push y'all off. I don't think I can pass.
Just one at a time. One at a time.
Alright.
To over here.
I'm coming.
I don't even know where we're going.
All right.
Alright.
Let's
If you
dance.
come over here, I can grab you with a little ledge.
All right. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Sensible.
Yes. Okay,
There
I'm
you
here. Can I trust you this time? Okay,
you
yes,
go.
I can.
Stop.
Wow. What? You know what? Ooh.
Alright, yeah. Alright.
Where are we going?
Just come around over here. Come around. Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
scared. How did y'all find this?
Oh, I might fall. Oh. I'm good.
We go on the bridge one by
Move
one.
your head.
I'm trying.
Oh, leaf blower.
That's not a leaf. Oh!
Thank you.
I'm fine. Okay, I'm going on the bridge. Oh, never mind. I'm waiting. Uh-huh. Okay. All right, I'm going now.
We're doing great.
Playing with the reef blower.
Tricky getting up here, but I can grab you. And there's a place where you can regain stamina. Like right at the bottom.
Thank you.
There's police where you can regain stamina? Okay, bet.
Hi, Coffee. You went the complicated way.
Where are my friends? Oh, they didn't go
Oh, we're up here.
Yeah, Coffee went the complicated way.
Oh
Oh, what the fuck?
my god.
Are y'all okay?
Why am I getting poisoned? Why am I getting poisoned?
Oh wait, let me see. Did you eat something? There's no tickle on you.
Is there anyone? Probably not.
Oh wait, is this not a good mushroom?
Oh,
I can
that's
probably
okay. That's
get
a
you, Shar. I don't know
yeah.
where you
See
at,
this
though.
one
Yeah.
is a safe one. I can show you it.
Oh,
If it doesn't have the X on it,
Thank
it's
you.
not safe.
Oh,
This one needs X. Yeah,
Jakar,
you can have it if you
Hubert,
need it.
anyone?
yes.
Gab.
You need help?
Gab. Oh, she fell.
Hubert? No.
Wait, is Gab
Oh,
gone?
okay.
We didn't lose
You're
Gab.
alive?
Okay.
Okay, he's alive.
Where are y'all going? Y'all went the complicated way.
I can down to get Shar.
I'm right here.
Coffee and I did
Are you hurt?
Hubert.
very
I got you.
Was anyone hurt? I have a
Mwah.
lantern to heal hurt damage.
I think she's okay. Oh, wait. Where is Coffee?
coffee bean.
Oh, no.
The other way.
I think
Oh,
he's in
I'm
that bugle.
sorry.
I can hear you, Coffee.
Now,
Where are we going?
Wait, do we go down? Or I don't think we can go straight up. Well, no, actually, we can go
No, up
down.
here. Yeah, up here.
I got y'all.
Oh, up here? Pretty.
There's a whole little cave.
Okay, I'm coming. Does anyone have a little snack?
Hi, Coffee.
Oh. Oh, you fatten me with quickness. That fed me with quickness. I appreciate it. I do.
Ben, where'd you go?
I went around. I'm going up. Don't worry. I'll make it. I'll make it back.
Oh, okay.
Scar, is that you?
Yeah,
Making
I
sure.
think. Oh, yeah.
You got the.
I'll find for
Okay, I can see you. You can come up right up here.
Of course. This
Campsite is
I
right there.
Goblin. I forgot.
Let's see if I can find everyone else.
Listen,
They down here. They down where I came from.
Oh,
They're
okay.
making sure you stay fed. They are, Crystal. They are.
Sure am.
Damn, I don't see the smoke.
Hmm.
Oh yes, please keep Char fed. Please keep her fed. All food needs to be directed
Wow.
towards her.
Ooh,
Wow.
patting her up.
Wow. Wow. You know, and nothing wrong with a little slim thick.
Y'all, the mist.
Oh yeah, we're good.
The
We're good.
mist?
I think.
We already up here.
Come on, little
We
friend.
already up.
Yeah.
Okay. I saw luggage, so I went back the other way. Hee hee.
Another luggage goblin. I see. We made it.
I got an energy. Ooh, shit. I got an energy drink and I got a chain launcher.
Ooh.
Ooh, nice.
However, I don't want to be the one to carry the chain launcher because
Oh,
I
look
feel
at
like
all
it
these
should not go down
marshmallows.
to me.
Did it spawn 5? Oh, it did.
I
Or
just
6.
grabbed one.
Green berry.
Period.
I already grabbed one. So.
Yellow berry.
Ooh, there's a,
I'm
there's a
liking-
yellow as well. All right, make sure you cook your food twice. The other day when I tried solo, I cooked the bandages and I cooked everything. Honestly,
Did they still work?
you get more health if you cook everything,
There's certain
Oh.
even
things
from
you
the
can't cook.
bandages and the med kit.
I cooked the Patron one day and it just didn't work. I cooked it one
Yeah,
time.
I don't
I
think you can cook like
Yeah.
equipment.
No.
Oh, okay, okay, I got you.
Now I'm gonna starve.
No, we get that.
No,
We get
what
that.
are y'all
We
doing?
get that. Going for it.
No.
Coconut roll down the hill.
No, you're gonna starve. Is all the food gone already? Dang, I only had a single
Thank
berry.
you.
I'm trying to hold on to my not my mushroom, but my
Hold on to your life.
no. I'm trying to hold
not
on to my
defeated.
marshmallow. There we go. All right, let's go, y'all. To the
Yes, and no one
wild.
starves.
Oh, I can't believe there's lava today.
Oh, this actually looks doesn't look that bad, to be honest.
Me and
It's pretty
Coffee
okay.
were
doesn't?
like going. We went like this way, and then we ended up like near in between the two waterfalls. And then that was the furthest we got, and then we jumped off. Well, I lit myself on fire to come join.
Am I blind to you?
Oh.
You lit yourself
fine.
on fire.
Yeah, I ran into the lava on purpose.
And here we go.
Oh.
Oh my god!
Now sin.
Oh my god!
What happened?
I just saw a body fly near me.
He missed the
Okay,
vine,
I'm
child.
back. I did pass out, but I had my lantern.
Hold
so,
on, I got you.
Hi.
Ah, shit. Hi.
Invincible. You
I
are
was-
such a nerd.
Boy.
I was sliding
You see
down,
what
and I just
happened
saw like just a thing falling.
I was supposed to grab the vine, but yeah, I kind of missed
I
it.
can't believe you
Here's a med
tried
kit.
that.
Oh, thank you. Actually, I'll hold on to it until I can find a bandage, and then take it.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, though. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I am hurt as
Ooh.
hell.
Shell fungus.
Oh, nice.
Can somebody grab it for me? Oh, never mind, I can do it. Duh.
Are you sure? Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, the pink one's poisonous.
I think so. I don't know.
Actually, oops.
I never eat those.
The pink
They are.
bananas.
The blue are poisonous. Okay, they are.
Yeah, I think the blue are good.
Oh.
I know two of them are good. Yeah. Okay. Oh, the two are good.
Come on, food backpack.
Listen, we getting hungry too damn fast. We gotta have food on us.
Hmm.
Very disrespectful.
I see some more up here.
There's more luggage.
Yeah,
Is this the
Get a
mist?
little munch and
we can.
crunch.
Yeah, we can't grab those luggage over there. Sadly.
Why would they put it?
It's out of
Why
bounds.
would they show me something I can't have?
Exactly. It's crazy.
Anyways, I was gonna have to jump down.
No, come back, coconut. Come back.
I know they're good. Let me see, what else do we have before I go hungry?
I have a coconut.
See, I just
Char.
ate. I'm already going hungry. Oh no, you don't need to feed it to me. I'm good.
That's nice.
I'm
You
good.
sure? I got
I'm
like
just
3
trying to see if
coconut
there's
halves.
more. Oh no,
Oh,
I'm
that's
really
fucking
good.
Yeah.
I have a lot
Now-
of stamina. and I'm barely hungry.
Oh, did
What's going on?
Oh, it was funny, huh? Interesting. Interesting.
I hope you got poisoned.
Poor dad.
I'm sick.
Heard the noise and the
Fight back, dad.
Hurry
Fight
up,
back. Don't
hurry
take
up.
it.
Where are y'all at?
So mean it's on the FC.
I don't think this is the way.
Yeah, I'm over here littering.
I don't think this is the way. No? I'm not sure where to go from here.
I think straight is the way. We could
is straight.
take one of the vines. Or
I was gonna say it first.
Great. Ow! Oh, okay. Not too much.
I saw someone going right. Oh, they're going. Oh, this luggage.
Yeah, they are.
Oh, hi.
And there's actually a find that goes
Yep.
up there.
Jakar, a loot goblin. Mm-hmm.
Loot goblin for
Loot
real.
goblin number 2.
Die.
Listen, I'll join you. Listen.
No, of course you will. Of course you will.
Sorry, don't you judge me.
Oh, I'm not judging.
Oh, what's it down? Oh. Are you dead? Are you dead?
Who's dead?
Oh my god, yeah.
Is Gab dead? Wait, is Gab dead?
Oh, she tapped out. But
Okay, I have the med kit too. I haven't used it. I've been holding on to it.
okay, okay. I'm talking behind you. Go around. Don't go through it. Don't go through it.
This luggage has a med kit, some bandages, and a sports drink. We carry that.
We know.
I'll take the momentary stamina loss for that.
Oh, yes, right. Oh, I'm stuck. Thank you. I don't want. It's too heavy.
Where are y'all in?
Right here.
I wish I bought down below.
So where are we going?
But don't know.
I was gonna go.
It kind of looks like a way up here to the right.
Coffee?
Oh, there might be a way over here on the right.
Yeah, like
What's coffee?
we just gotta do some bullshit for a little second.
Okay.
I went
Oh, to the right over here, this way.
Coffee, you still
Go on
alive?
that line. Or, yeah, that one.
Coffee gonna show up as a ghost and be like, "Yeah, I fell off a cliff."
Come on, Char. Don't be scared. No, she's texting. We're not important enough.
Oh, wow.
I'm trying to remember how to fucking.
Stop moving though. Now, he is so sneaky. Oh, fog. We gotta go.
Where are they at?
They're coming.
Okay.
Oh, there's poison. Poison, Goober, poison.
It's all right. I got up here without being poisoned
Loot goblins.
for the most part.
I would like a little hand. Oh, never mind.
Oh.
Oh.
And the rain.
Crazy. Crazy.
Both of us saying oh is.
Yeah, I'm saying. Y'all siblings.
I mean,
I'm like,
we didn't need help. Why you need help?
Because I want help.
Interesting.
Coffee chose the
Maybe
most
I want to hold my
complicated-
friend's hand.
Oh, my hand is clean.
Wow.
Oh, you nervous?
Wow.
Yeah.
Bitch, let me climb up here. Thank you.
Damn, not you talk to yourself like that.
Fine.
Oopsies.
Oh.
Now, what is this smoke bomb? We'll let it go.
Oh, we can go right here.
I need to start eating something. Let me eat the marshmallow.
Thank you.
No, wait.
Char,
This
please
is
eat.
something edible. Huh? What you mean? Is this
Huh?
edible? No, I don't want that.
Sorry, she's trying to eat her. She's trying to eat her. Run.
No, Jakara, I don't want that. Don't feed that to me.
Ooh. Not sabotage.
I'm saying.
Which way do we
Yikes!
We
I
can
don't
go
like
behind
this.
this lava. Yeah, this is interesting.
This is more or less where me and Coffee were, and then we died on purpose. Yeah, I'm not doing all that. I'm going the easy way around.
Oh my god,
What happened? What happened?
Nothing.
He just slipped a little bit.
No.
Ooh!
Das.
Oh, it's lagging. Ah!
Das. Okay, see?
I was slipping. It's fine.
I'm gonna wait for this rain to go because I ain't
Oh my god!
stamina
I
to
keep
do all
slipping.
that.
Please,
Yeah,
please.
those-
Oh, Coffee!
Oh no, coffee.
Coffee! No!
Ooh, we lost coffee.
No, we have to get him back.
Oh.
I haven't eaten him yet.
Oh,
That's
dang.
crazy.
His body's going to waste.
His
Oh,
body
Char,
going to
you know
waste.
what?
You're alive.
Sure.
I need help, y'all. I'm gonna need help. Oh, I'm fine. Crazy.
Girl.
Coffee's gonna need help.
Okay.
Help me out anyway. Help me anyway.
Act like you ain't got no damn stamina left.
It ain't me.
I don't want to use it all. You know how I get.
Okay, yeah, we got.
Wait, turn around.
These are the kinds of games they need to have you play at a company retreat. I agree. I remember when I tried to organize like this Friday night.
No, you're not
Friday
hungry.
night for
Mwah.
my web development class.
Still,
But none of them were gamers, so it was so awkward. So I was like, yeah, that's the last time I tried to play something with y'all. Y'all figure it out. Y'all want to share each other? I guess we share each other.
You need, anybody got any
Thank you, Lonnie. No, we don't.
Yeah, I
have to,
do.
Lonnie.
Med? Ooh.
I do.
Huh? Oh,
Coming.
why am I yelling?
your stuff, Coffee?
Oh, my stuff out?
Anybody hungry?
What do you need, Coffee?
I need...
Now,
Oh!
that's what you fucking get. That's exactly what you get.
Let's get that off the mountain. What do you need, Coffee?
Hold on, let me get these bandages.
Okay. I'm gonna take the yeah, whatever.
Why did you eat that?
Because I was hungry.
Chill.
The burn gonna go
Everybody
away
good?
fast.
Where are we going now?
I'm not
You
eating
got
the
that,
scotch
right?
bonnet.
Anybody got baton?
I got a
I do have
roll.
one.
Alright, if you got the rope, I guess meet Gab up there and bring it down because I don't got enough.
Gab!
Goober?
Maybe someone. Maybe I can boost.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that.
Is it far up?
It's
Because if
far.
it's not
No.
far, I could probably make it.
Okay.
Oh, it's far. I used all my extra bandages now. It's far.
If you come right here to the right, it's closer.
Okay.
Go away,
Come on,
Rain.
Exactly.
I feel like
Rain, rain, go away. Come
does the
again another
frequency
day.
of the rain and like the storms in the ice area like increase the harder the levels get? Because that would make sense.
I'm not really sure.
Oh,
Come
shoot.
to the right. Come
Hold
to
my
the right.
hand. Hold my hand.
Yeah, I don't
Hold my.
think
Oh,
so.
thank you. Because I jumped. I shouldn't have jumped.
Coffee!
Somebody.
Oh, wait.
Coffee! Do y'all want the rope? Do y'all want the rope? I feel like it's doable, but if you have a lot, if you don't have a lot of
No,
time-
it's doable.
You can buy coffee.
Oh,
Okay,
Gab.
I'm down. No vagabond. I was telling a story on the
Coffee going the wrong way. Come to the right.
No, I'll wait until the. Oh,
Now.
coffee might be done. Wait. the
Coffee, are you dead?
Yeah, coffee gone.
Coffee,
You dead?
say something.
Yeah, coffee dead.
No.
Did he die of fall damage?
Oh, I'm
So
dead.
Oh my god.
I'll get his arm.
Child.
I want the legs.
Dang, where's your body? Dead. Asking for a
Somewhere
friend.
down there.
Sir.
It's all the way down there.
Oh.
Huh?
Oh.
Huh? Huh? Get it together.
What?
No,
But just for you to cycle.
Yeah. You don't waste.
He's already boned.
Y'all done killed my friend. We didn't
Takara?
Yes, I'm above you.
Now you could have helped. Speedy Gonzalez.
I'm almost getting 200. Y'all about to start looking like
Oh, it's not. Oh, my phone.
Okay.
Boo.
Of course, this suitcase already opened. The loot goblin got to it.
Ooh, we can go right there and try and go up.
Okay.
Yes.
Huh. Okay.
Hey, Sin.
Ooh, depending on how high we climb, I might need
Looking
that.
good, Sin.
Oh.
Ooh,
I'm looking at the
lag,
underneath,
please.
yeah.
he's looking at your bum. He's looking at you. Trying to eat you. Run.
I got my jump button at the ready.
Ready to fight.
sick.
He's trying to eat you.
I'm just a little peckish.
Thank you.
Poppy, did you
That
die
lobster
like
on your
fall
head.
damage?
Your feet. That was-
Wait, where are we going? Oh, up there?
Up. Thank you.
The answer is so like broad. Where are we going? Up.
Well,
Still looking a
that
little
is the
grumpy.
answer.
I'm saying.
Up. Where else?
The answer is always up.
I mean, that's got a nice little leg too.
Oh.
Hey.
I've been told.
Wait. That's not what I meant.
No.
Wait, why do I not?
Why isn't it climbing?
I'm wasting stamina for real.
Was this doable?
Okay, there we go.
Wait. Oh, yeah, this is doable.
There we go.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Wait,
nice.
where did everyone
nice.
go? Oh,
Can you grab us, please?
I'm back. Wait, not you ending. You doing another test soon? I'm pretty sure I heard you say that around midnight or something. No one seems to be worried about me.
We waited.
You okay?
I'm fine. I would like help. I'm not gonna hold you. Thank you. I lost
You
all
are.
of it.
You're a bossy bottom. You know that.
A bossy bottom?
Uh-huh.
I'm learning so many new words today.
Just a passenger princess.
Sure am, but I'm the one that's
Singular.
driving the car. Imagine.
Now.
Is this the really big tree that you have to climb for the achievement?
I can't believe I have favorite Sharma much. Bye, Dwayne. Don't be ridiculous. Not a bossy bottom. A bossy bottom.
Actually,
That's
Bossy
bad.
bottom is right on brand. Is sick.
Mm,
Oh,
see?
is that for me? Thank you.
We can kind of, if we can get up on this vine, we can go right there,
okay.
and then keep going up.
But how do we
But-
get on the fine?
That's an excellent question, Sharngton. I have no idea. I have an anti-rope actually.
Maybe-
You want to use it?
Maybe if we can stand here.
Or we can just
No,
go
no,
right
no.
here.
What- Can we go?
We can go in
no,
this corner,
Click on
and then
Which
try.
one? Oh, that one.
thing.
Wait, I can I
Isn't
can
this
climb
corner
up and then
doable?
throw a rope.
No, it's maybe
I have an
long.
energy drink I
actually.
found.
Never mind.
If you want to use it, go ahead.
Hold on, let me be the test dummy.
Once.
Oh, I heard that too soon.
Oh, it's raining.
Raggedy.
is.
Why would they do that? As soon as I
It's
said I was gonna be a test
raining
dummy.
men. Hallelujah.
I think you can stand right there.
Here.
Come on, Rain.
A little further. Almost there. Almost.
No,
Ooh.
I'm not. Oh, extra stamina.
Oh, okay. If you're gonna do it, Go like in this little area. Yeah.
Okay, alright. Give me.
And then there might be a ledge over here. Or in there. I can't really see it.
It's like a little crack.
Was that doable?
Yeah, it's a little
Okay,
crack.
we might not. Yeah, we might not need to waste it. Yeah, we can save it.
Ooh.
You can.
Go up.
Okay.
Oh yeah, it's doable. It's doable.
We can't have too many people in here.
What?
Go, Shar.
Sid, grab my hand.
I'll be the one just standing here
Okay.
and helping
Okay.
people up. One at a time, please. One at a
Yeah, there
time.
was not a lot of space up there.
Thank you.
All right. So, which one first?
You
Cause
go first.
it's gonna knock the other one off. All right, Gab. Just
Hold on. Okay.
I don't think I can help from here.
Ooh, Jakar, you're slipping.
Oh.
yeah. It's not letting me like. There we go. It's an odd little area.
Thank you,
I know the
friend.
rain starts to get annoying. There's
Ooh,
something
ooh, ooh.
Like, alright, rain, you get it.
You're going ahead. You're going ahead. You're going ahead.
Goober
Go,
brought us
go. Cause I gotta get my stamina
Okay.
back.
I'm coming.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Goobert went up.
There we go.
Oh.
Goobert went up here.
Grab me.
Oh, the fog is right below us. It's right below us. It's right below us. We gotta move.
Hi, Digitals.
Oh shit.
Gab, no.
I'm passing
Okay,
out.
you're good.
I'm passing out.
You're passing out. Uh-oh.
Of what? Of fall
Gab,
damage?
what do you have?
I don't know where we're going next. Just up.
Thank
Ooh,
you,
ooh,
carry
ooh,
you.
ooh, ooh.
I'm sorry, Gab.
You know what? I
Hold
don't
on.
care.
No.
Ah! I'm slipping.
Hello, where are we going?
I'm hurt.
Yeah, we
Are we
might have to.
going
We
back
might have
down?
to anti-rope cannon. Not anti-rope cannon.
Welcome
Oh,
back.
wait,
Oh.
Gab is back.
But can't we
Oh,
just,
thank you.
can't we just leave?
Ooh. That's a scary drop.
Can you climb that? Oh.
Yeah.
So I'm the
Oh, we
idiot.
can climb it. Okay.
Yeah, you can climb this. Do y'all
Oh, I
want to
don't.
go real
Oh,
quick to climb up?
I'm hurt though. Yeah, we're hurt.
Yeah, I'm also hurt.
Okay,
Oh,
is this
period.
enough? Yeah.
Yep.
A little more. Well, actually, no, that's fine. That's
Oh,
fine. That's
I can't do any more.
That's
fine.
enough.
Okay, that's fine. That's
Just-
fine. Yeah.
It's the whole 10. I've got nothing else. Oh, oops, I dropped them.
Ooh! I caught it.
Not you
It's
don't,
just a
guys.
little. It's just a little. Don't worry about it. Come,
Damn.
come.
Say here, use it yourself.
Oh my god, it's literally right there.
It is right there.
Oh, there's a poison cloud. As soon as you come out, watch it. There's a poison cloud.
Alright.
Where
I
is
see
it?
I see it.
It's
It's
right
right
in front of
there.
your face. I'm marking it just so you can see it.
Poison here. Poison here. Poison.
It's on the right.
Is that
Okay.
everybody?
We gotta.
Yeah.
I don't know. Who's still alive? Everyone?
Everybody but
Except for-
Coffee.
Oh,
I have
Poppy.
no stamina.
None?
Oh no.
Mm-mm.
Okay, we're gonna help you up.
I'm hungry and I'm hurt.
Y'all can go that way if you want. I
It's
think
not-
that might be better.
Wait,
Yeah, I don't. Yeah,
I'm here. Oh, is it too far?
Oh.
I think I'll do it work.
No, you can go up. You can keep going up.
Yeah, you sure?
I can't jump over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some space to climb up.
That might be the
Okay.
easier way if you don't have a lot of stand.
Okay, I'm gonna go back this way.
Can it stop raining?
If I could find something
The
to
mist
put
is
up,
right
you can
there.
Throw it.
I'm falling. I'm getting fall damage, and I already used all my healing on Gab. It's ghetto.
I'm passing out.
No.
Guys, no.
Oh, the rope.
Oh,
that's
my
so ghetto.
god!
What's going
Wow.
on?
Wow.
Wait,
Okay.
did that pass
What
out?
happened?
That is like
I don't know.
dead.
No.
At least pick up the rope. It ain't got much in there.
Go. I'm sorry, Dad.
Alright, let y'all go.
I don't really know where you
Oh my god.
are. Oh, you're right behind me.
The car, you good?
They went the other way. They could have missed it.
The mist. Keep going. The mist.
Okay. Shark. Shark. You left me.
Do you need help? I have a
Yes.
rope.
Yeah.
Okay, okay,
Oh, I'm dead. We're
Where-
dead. We're
I'm
dead.
I'm sorry.
Oh shit.
No, here.
Oh.
I dropped the rope. I dropped the rope for y'all.
Oh, I can't. No. Uh,
Did he not make it? No, I'm sorry. I didn't know if they were calling for us. Oh, not no.
I can't cold stuff and move. Noted.
I see the. Where are you?
I have a heat pack for you. Do you need it?
Yes.
Oh.
Yellow right.
Fine, probably just go.
Just go with Shark.
I see the stats.
Are you
My poor
What's good,
soul.
Shark?
Eat my damn
No.
Cheez-Its in peace.
Sin, which way are you going? It's right here.
Oh, I'm just going around. Yeah, I don't have enough stamina for it. I'm like super low, so I just had to take the,
The nice
You know,
snake routes.
can we even make this? Maybe this way is the better way. This is kind of steep.
Yeah, up here.
Oh, I see what you mean. We gonna get got by the
Yeah, that
mist in
one
the
was
next
way too
section
steep.
anyway.
Ooh, yeah, this next
That's
section,
crazy.
it's gonna be rough.
Is it?
Yes.
Yeah.
If we were struggling with this section, the
This
next
damn
section is
ice.
gonna suck.
Are we ready to come back? And
My friend.
now we can get this next area. We can get it. Some people might have to get
I'm
cannibalized,
hungry
but,
as
we can do it.
hell.
Oh,
You know, I momentarily
y'all don't
forgot
want
I could
chicken
eat
feet yet,
Daz
but I'm
because I was hungry.
honestly, you could have. I wouldn't have been mad.
What you eating?
There's nothing else but marshmallows, and I'm so hungry.
I still have this heat pack.
Girl, eat the marshmallow. Hello?
I mean, that's not gonna be enough to survive the whole mountain.
Well,
Well?
let's see if we can find the capybaras. Let's see, can I see them? How far are they?
Ain't no berries.
I don't think I see the
See, I ate the
cappies.
marshmallow, and I still got a little hunger left. Okay, let's go.
Okay, we gotta, there's like, I'm not gonna see, there's 4 luggages on the right.
Who wants the backpack?
I think we gotta go
You
for
want the
them.
backpack?
I don't care. It doesn't matter to me.
You take it, because I'm gonna die.
Okay.
I'm gonna fuck around and die on accident.
Now.
Okay, I don't want to accidentally break my leg.
Okay, I'll go left and get the other luggages just so we can split up a little bit.
HP going live.
Cutie back live too?
I'm about to cuss her out.
He said he was
Told
gonna
her
go
to
live at
lie.
8. She's actually late, now that I think about it.
She said she was gonna go live earlier. She said like 2. It's 6
Yeah,
o'clock.
she's. Oh, yeah, 8 my time. So 8
Oh.
for me is 2 for y'all. So that's why I said 8.
Yeah.
Wow.
She lied.
Ow.
Yeah, it
Fuck.
did.
Well, they called me. Oh, I sure did.
This is ghetto. Did I eat coffee yet? No, coffee's alive again, but yeah.
Alive again is good. 4 coffee. If I'm gonna eat someone, it's definitely gonna be Cincinnati.
Who's that, Chris? Tell Chris she's getting eaten.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, very
It pissed me off.
Y'all find the crab?
Yeah. Ooh, what the
Anyone see
fuck?
Animation for eating people? Me too.
Hold on. It's a big ass cavern just there.
I'm really, really hungry, and none of y'all look like chickens yet.
Don't come up here.
Gotta let pass out.
I kind of want to risk the damage to the chest that I have.
I'm finna pass out. Oh, I didn't.
I want to know what's in there. Oh, they're already there.
It's an energy drink and a baton. Oh, I can't open the ancient luggage or I'm gonna die because I got cold.
I'll open it. I'll open it, Jakara.
Okay. There's 2 of them. There's another one over here.
Oh, that's crazy. See, that may be a little bit too much.
How damaged do you get? Because I'm finna open it. I don't care.
Not that bad.
You get pretty damaged. Oh, I got a heat bag thing.
It might be bad with the Ascent 3, but I don't know. Bad.
Not
Who's
too much.
hungry?
Bitch.
Cure all.
Who's hungry?
Can't. Oh my god. Please. Drop the fucking paper. Thank you.
Oh, shoot.
Now,
Okay.
Shark.
It's okay. Here, eat.
You just did a whole split down the rock.
Yeah, I
Well,
did. I
need
did.
to be
Split
near,
down the
like,
middle. Oh, you
Oh.
opened it anyway? Was it something good?
It was a cure-all.
You got a cure all.
Okay, good. Yeah, there was one left. All my pockets were full. And there's a flare in the other one, but that's nothing special.
Ooh. Okay. Not that way.
I opened the other one.
What was it?
It was a scout effigy.
Oh.
Okay.
Careful. Careful.
Oh yeah, I'm good. I'm rooting for everyone to get to the top of, cannibalism. Jojo, you and I
You
are
have to be
on
like, you have to be like on the
same
verge
week.
of dying hungry to shoot chickens. Because I was really hungry just a minute ago and I didn't shoot. I were not chickens.
Yeah, it was a scout effigy. I think I can bring someone back if we die or something.
Oh,
Why
that's a
am I
big
doing
one.
Ooh,
that?
that's scary.
Oh, that's
Why am I doing that? No. Where's a different way?
Yeah, when you go to Ascent 7 and someone dies, the death is permanent, and that's what you need to bring them back. Otherwise, it's impossible.
Oh.
Where's the other two? Daz?
Okay, so let me see.
They sound far away.
I don't know where everybody else is. I don't know if they made it further than they did. Probably.
Oh, we're going away from the mountain, child.
We are? Which way's the mountain?
The other way, Jakar. We're going away.
Oh. We went the opposite direction.
Yeah, hello.
I'm hungry. I'm hurt. I have weight. I'm cursed.
Who's hungry? Who's hungry?
Me.
Come here. Come here. Come here.
I have to find where here is first. Hold on.
There you go. Bring my bag too if you want to keep it for later. There you go. You're welcome. Hmm.
We did find a little bandage, but I haven't tried to use it yet. Okay.
Oh.
Daz?
That was
Fine for
on
me.
Tom's screen.
Not much. Oh, where you going, Bobby? You going, Bobby? Careful.
Oh, this is ghetto. This is so ghetto. It's like I don't want to use the cure-all on some bullshit, but I'm hungry. I'm here. I'm just in a little crack.
Ooh, I see a blood. Ooh, I see a blood.
You guys, I don't have enough stamina.
Hold on, I'm coming to you. Coming to you. Marco.
I'm right here.
Okay. Go behind you. Go behind you. Come behind you. Turn around.
Where's behind?
Right here. Nope. Behind you. Turn around. There you go.
Okay. I'm like, everybody leaving me. I don't have enough stamina to do this shit. I'm gonna die.
Are you hurt?
I'm hurt. I'm hungry.
Okay, come down. I have a bandage for you. And then trail mix.
Appreciate
There you
it.
go.
I love that I'm
Okay,
so
we'll
hungry
come
that
right
barely
here.
get anything.
You come right here.
The fog rises.
Not the
Leave us
fog
alone.
rising. There's some food over. Oh, hide.
I'm trying.
Ow!
Don't piss me off, because I'm in a crack.
Please. There's some oranges over here, I think. By this tree.
They probably ate the bitches. Thank you. By what tree?
They were over here.
This child's probably been long. Yeah, it was probably long enough that. Oh, lag.
Interesting.
I don't know, because when they start looking like chickens, I bet not hear nothing.
Oh wait, okay, no, okay.
Hey.
Hey.
I'm gonna just start hearing
Oh, I'm gonna
clucking.
freeze. Don't freeze to death now.
If I move, it's fake. Now.
And this shit like completely obscures your goddamn vision too. It's just like, damn.
Right.
Ooh, what the fuck? Thank you.
I got you.
Ooh, yeah. I'm trying to figure out mentally when should I give up over here. Ooh, speaking of giving up.
Give up?
Yeah.
What?
Hold
No,
on.
that's
You got space in your backpack?
The whole squad making it.
I do.
Let's leave these things with someone who can make use of them in case I die.
Hey, do we want to
Oh,
find any
I see the bars.
here?
Oh, you see the bars? Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're up
like
there.
top left.
Where?
Yeah.
I don't know if you see us pointing. Where
Over
I'm
here,
aiming
top
at, or
left.
You can see it. The clip.
So we don't want to climb on the inside of the mountain instead? Because I feel like we could.
I don't know. As long as we go up, I
The
don't
wind.
care.
The wind is kind of mean. Oh, is that
I'm
fruit?
very inside sometimes.
It is, and I'm running towards it.
What are you calling a fruit?
Find a crack.
I got one.
My hunger bar is about like 40%.
Oh, yeah, you eat the fruit.
So I'm that tree over here. I'm finna munch because I don't want y'all looking like chickens.
My.
You're gutsy. It's the way I'm so scared to put down my bag in this mountain.
Oh.
If you never know what the wind will take.
Yeah. I did that on like the last level
Or
one time. That shit
it'll bounce and
bounced
fly off.
into the
Yep.
lava.
Exactly.
Ooh.
I'm scared to do
Oh,
that.
the backpack.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's so annoying when it. Yeah.
Oh, these are yellow
Yeah,
ones.
that's put it down. I'm like, ooh, you're gutsy. I'm scared.
Gimme. Yeah.
Thank you. Finn, you coming up?
Oh yeah, I was just. I'm sorry. I don't know if y'all can hear a dog barking. But this dog is literally right at my
Oh, no.
window.
Oh,
Not at all.
That feels so much better.
Arf, arf.
Ooh, I see a magic
Land next
bean.
to me, child.
Where?
Does anyone have
Go
space
ahead.
for? Oh wait, I have space for a magic bean actually.
I literally have like one thing in my inventory, and it's an energy drink, so I have space.
I got it.
I don't know. Well,
They're
it's
so
it's
far
gonna
up
be
on
this
the
way
line.
somehow. This.
The yellow fruits are so much better.
Honestly, I like this path and it seems really
Let me
easy.
just sit my ass down
For
right
now.
here for a second.
Oh yeah, that's reasonable.
Mwah.
I'm still surprised that my ink got
you
delivered
smooching?
so fast, but I'm really happy
Mwah.
about it.
Ah,
I'm really, really happy about
Let me
it.
go.
Son, there was something
You're funny.
Thanks.
I know.
Is that better? Sin?
Over here looks good.
Yeah,
Okay.
we might have to go up and then around.
Oh,
I
coffee, you're
don't want to
struggling.
stay too long because the wind is gonna pick up
Thank you.
soon.
find the closest crack.
Oh,
There goes the wind. There it goes.
I'm trying to
Wait,
help. I'm trying to
find it
assist.
right there.
Oh wait, if we huddle together, we should all huddle. Like this area, yeah, if we huddle, it'll keep it
Where's
calm.
your car?
Thank you.
Gab, hold my hand.
I'm holding your head.
Hmm?
Oh, huddling does kind of help, actually. That's so funny.
Yeah, you need 3 or more for it to really work.
Buddy.
But yeah.
I did not know that was a thing. Interesting, interesting.
Hold on,
you have to
hold
be
on.
faster.
Sorry, I'm just jumping.
But
Where are y'all at?
I have a cure-all. Use a cure-all. Yeah.
Okay,
Take a little swig of that.
come on. We got hands ready to help.
We're coming up.
Thank you so much.
All right, coffee.
Where?
Where'd y'all go?
Ooh, is that
Up.
a remedy room? Sin? Why would you stand on top of that? Sin?
I'm kidding. Oh wait, get up. My character won't get up. I'm actually.
Now.
Nah. And see, let me just chomp. Let me chomp.
What?
Let me.
Oh, yeah. Let me. You chomp. I run.
Ridiculous.
She's so
Way
chasing
too
me.
much.
Okay. I think there's a shelf up here. If anyone has a space for it.
I do.
I do.
I have a spot. Oh well, there we go. Enough people.
Right there.
So this is the remedy shroom, I think.
Oh, the remedy shroom. Oh, I see it. Okay. Sure, we get that.
Mhm. It's a bit up there.
We can make it up here. I can pull y'all up.
Ooh. That's close.
Yeah, you were struggling a little bit.
Thank you.
Got you.
Oh, Goober, that looked
Those
nice.
yellow- What?
It looked
I'm
nice
gonna try
and
to.
delicious.
I'm gonna try to go for that remedy shroom.
The yellow ones are extra juicy.
The yellows ones are extra juicy. That's
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Thank you. Is remedy shroom here or is it?
It's like cheating power or something.
Okay, are a lot of us hurt, or do we need remedy shroom now, or should we save it?
I think we can
I think
see.
we can hold on to it.
Okay.
Oh my
Like that.
goodness. Thank you, Jakara. Find a grab.
There's a loot over there.
Thank you.
We got everybody. We're dead.
Oh, there's luggages. Oh, luggages.
There we go. Look how fast he's running
Oh,
because
that
he saw a
Uh-huh.
luggage.
Now, okay, you're
Hi.
good. I
There was a
like,
hole down here, so I went through it.
oh, okay.
I was curious.
What is it? It's a heat pack.
Heat pack.
That's useful.
There's some food over there. Oh.
Is that where we're
Over
going?
where?
No, with luggage.
I don't think it's doable.
Oh,
Yeah.
it probably is
You
doable,
can-
but it
oh,
definitely
sorry.
ain't worth it.
Yeah, it ain't worth it. Yeah, it took too long. I can chain launcher us up somewhere if we need to. Wait, where's everyone else?
to hop on the extra hot ice and go across. I don't know. I don't know how far it is.
Go look.
If we need one, I have a baton.
Wait, warm me up. Warm me up. Thank you. Thank you.
I can't even read.
Come in this corner.
Oh, I have a pizza.
Oh. I'm trying to.
Do we?
You are
I can just change- I
beanstalk.
can-
Do we want to use
I
it
can just
here?
chain launcher.
Oh, can that reach all the way
I
up
think.
there?
Missed.
Crack.
Yeah, I think.
Oh,
Oh wait, let this go.
listen, I was. I died.
You
to the
scared me.
pistol. I just saw white,
I also
and
want
I
the
was just
shelf.
like, oh, we're finna die.
Oh, the shelf would be much better.
You want a shelf? I don't know if we make the second jump though, from like this ice to that. That's the
Yeah.
part
We
I'm
can
worried
use the
about. I can't
beanstalk,
really see.
right? The beanstalk.
Are we trying to get up here
Uh,
and then like cross?
Yeah, which way?
Get over-
I was
yeah.
thinking we cross and then go straight up. But I think if we go up, I don't know if we have a way.
Well, we'll
I have a
see
baton I
what
can
we
put down, and then we can walk around and then jump across. I then use a shelf to jump across.
Okay, that works.
Getting hungrier with the
Wait,
second cuties.
I can just boost y'all up if y'all wanted to see the jump.
Okay.
All right, there we go.
Coffee's not bothered.
Hey.
All right, next. And there we go. Next.
You know about that?
Oh, coffee.
Oh wait. Oh, I got coffee.
Alright.
And then you're all good. Oh, we got me. Okay.
So I just jump on your head. Oh, wait. Do it
Oh
again.
yeah, no. Yeah, I'm the one I gotta jump. Yeah, you can stay there. Yep.
Ooh, I can
Oh,
make
I'll
it.
tell my time.
Okay, yes. Nope, I'm too short. I'm too short.
But maybe I was too low. It might be me.
Now,
Okay.
we're all the same height.
Try a running start. Yeah. Try a running start.
A
Yeah.
running start? Running start.
Oh, I guess walking. Yeah, just so. There we go.
Oh. I understand
Ooh,
now.
I just need someone to.
You can grab the
From,
baton.
like,
It has one more.
Yeah, you can use the baton.
You can grab it for a little bit and then come back up.
I don't think I can reach it though. Like the initial jump.
Okay. I think if I
Yeah,
put
I'll
the
do
shelf
this.
there, we should be able to make it across. Let me unthaw for a little bit then.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay.
Hey, my old K-pop era.
Hey, sing that, yeah.
Yeah, you sing. You know that song? You know
That's a classic.
Oh yeah. Don't get too close to that
I'm in
thing.
my
There, it'll
old
blind
K-pop
you.
era.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you know about that thing. That thing will blind you if you get too close.
I knew it
Oh
as
my
soon
god,
as you
the
started
star I
singing it.
know to it.
Who has the shelf?
Yeah, who has the shelf?
got it.
Hold on.
Good old
Yeah.
time. Oh, I'm very hungry. I hope I make that.
Yeah, same.
Well, that's so far.
Okay.
Damn.
Oh.
It's far.
Look that out for me.
So not even a beanstalk will help?
Oh, we can. If we angle the beanstalk, I think we could walk
BK
across
for
it.
real? I
yeah.
agree.
I think we
I
can.
feel like that was really good.
I like how Tone comes out alert for that.
I know.
You know he will.
It's because I was singing the song.
That's how iconic that song is. It got Tone out alert.
Kara, Wonder Girls, any of them.
Yes.
probably
It was
used to
all
be song,
peak
I will
content. I want the original. Sonia, she did back. I want all 9 members.
Oh my god. You know how hard it is to get an original MTV album?
I know.
So who got the beanstalk?
Oh,
I have.
Coffee, you here?
Or
Oh.
there's a.
I think a
What's
beanstalk
it?
will work.
Oh yeah, I do. I'm gonna have to give it to someone. I
They
am
did
not
4
making
walls. What's
this.
the name of that? Tell him.
I am majority.
Oh, well, you have the
I'm
beanstalk.
hungry.
Oh, you have another one. Oh, we have 2.
That's my favorite K-pop group ever. Aww.
Well, we gotta move fast.
Right, like the
Yeah, 'cause
mist
I'm
is
getting real
coming. We all hungry.
Okay, so
Alright,
who wants to angle
Shara
Coffee
has
King
more
try
health than
it?
me, so she'll probably have to do it. 'Cause if I
Okay,
drop
Go
it,
ahead,
then
Shar.
I
But
can-
don't blame me if I mess it up because
Okay, but
I
somebody
rarely
gotta
get this
catch it.
good.
It's fine. Just go ahead.
I got you. I got you.
Okay, so I just need to go there and put it down. Okay,
it's-
so
it's
put down the
weird.
stalk.
I think you have to put it like on the
Put
side.
it down?
Yeah, if you can kind of angle it on the side. So
I don't
because it'll
know.
go wherever it's like facing. I can try to do it.
I don't know.
It might not work. I might die doing this, but
Come on, try.
Whoa, it's not gonna work on the ice, huh?
It's working. It's working. It's working.
It's working?
Oh, I'm freezing. Oh my god, I'm freezing. Holy shit.
Oh, but
I
I don't
think
know where
I
this
think I
is
did good.
going.
Oh, as long as we can get to the mushroom, it's fine.
Jesse, fuck it. Just gotta go. Just gotta go.
Sharp passed
yeah,
out.
yeah.
Try to pass out.
Pick
Okay.
her up off the ice. Pick her up off the ice.
Oh wait. Here. I'll give her a heat. I'll give her a heat back. If you drop it.
It's not letting me use it.
Oh wait. Take her over here. If you come this way, we can give it to
Oh,
her.
and I'm finna fast out
Too much to
again.
know.
Give me some.
Here you go.
Oh, sharp.
Sure.
Where's? Hold on. Stop. Y'all are moving too much. Where's Char?
I got her.
Here. I'm here. Oh, I need to turn that command off. I'm here. Hello.
Oh, we should hurry. I'm getting.
Thank you.
hungry.
Oh,
Let's
I'm
try it.
hungry.
Trying it.
Okay. Do you want to try the bean swap? Let's see.
If I die, I die.
We go on the shelf, right? Oh wait, that'll be
yeah.
jumping the little thing.
As long as you can reach the shelf, it's fine.
Have you checked your blood sugar? I did. It seemed.
Oh, that scared me.
Probably a little high. Come on. I'm gonna check again.
Oh, thank you.
Got it?
Ooh.
Yep.
Hey, come on, y'all.
Ooh, this is a lot.
Little swing with the Rita walk.
Yeah.
I need help.
I got y'all. Get over here, Jakara. Uh-oh. I don't know if we can reach
I'm
that.
trying Jakara.
Went a little higher again, so I'm gonna.
Are you like hurt or are you hungry, Jakara?
Hurt. I'm hungry. I'm hungry as hell.
Okay.
I think I
Damn,
messed
yeah,
up.
we all
Yeah,
need
I
food.
messed that up.
Oh, y'all. Oh.
Is it too high? Is it too high?
Does anyone have a
enough.
Hold on. I have a baton.
I don't know. Y'all finna start looking like chickens real quick.
Oh, that's crazy.
She's gone. That's big.
It's more than
half.
half.
I don't wanna.
All right, it's doable.
I'm going.
Gab, no, Gab, no. Oh,
wait,
okay,
oh.
no, Gab.
Oh, I
Gab,
forgot
you
to
good?
grab. I'm
You
so
good, you good, you good.
stupid.
Oh shit, I'm finna fucking fall.
Reaper, are you home?
Hi, Reaper.
Home, you sweet angel.
Hold on. Wait, Gab.
Oh my god.
Oh wait.
How do I
Yep.
do something like
Get your
that?
stamina back. I got you.
Oh no!
Oh.
There's food.
I got you.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh wait, I felt what? I took damage from that. How?
I don't know.
Oh my god.
game
Why was
is
that
on
so
some
hard?
gas.
Huh?
Thank goodness. Whew.
Okay, there's food
Okay, right.
close.
There's
Everybody
food
else?
right here, but I
I
can't
am
grab
very
it.
hungry.
I don't know anymore.
We are hungry.
Oh, there's food up there. Oh my god, I need it.
Yeah,
All of us need it.
we all do. But it's okay, Sin. You fat enough.
Oh.
Yeah, you know,
That sounds so crazy. Yeah, go ahead and
Thanks,
stop.
to be home, y'all. I mean, we dove right to my couch. So there's like,
Oh, there's a way up around
Sandy, you have a great
the side.
couch.
I
know.
don't have enough stamina for that.
Yeah, it's kind of steep. Let's see if we can go around.
I was able.
Oh yeah. Come around here.
This is my hunger's like
believe
70% of my bar.
Come over here, y'all.
Oh, y'all are chickens. Y'all are chickens.
There we go.
We're fine.
You're
The
We're
food's
chickens.
right
Listen.
here.
Lunge. There we go. Oh no.
Did we look tasty?
Wait, help me! I'm cooked.
No.
I'm cooked. Dance, give me a hand.
I can't grab now. I'm trying.
Copy, y'all look like chicken. Y'all all look
Do we
like
look
chickens.
tasty?
Y'all look real tasty. Y'all got smoke coming
Girl, you
from
better
y'all.
eat.
You look delicious.
Girl, you better
Don't eat
eat.
nobody. Don't eat nobody.
Oh, sensible.
Ooh, oh no. That is crazy.
Sensible.
Oh my
Sensible.
gosh,
Let me
y'all.
feed you. Let me feed you real quick.
That
Here you
wait.
go.
Oh my gosh, he's got a crab
Dang,
head
I
on.
can feed him.
Y'all eat. Hurry up.
I took one.
Damn,
Okay,
y'all look
somebody
tasty.
I'll
give
get you one,
me.
Jakar. I'll get
Okay.
you one.
Yeah, Jakar,
I was
yeah.
this close to thinking about
I'll,
it.
I'll knock it down. Here we go.
I really wanted to bite one of y'all. I'm not gonna lie.
Crazy
Who
word.
else is super hungry?
Me?
I'm still
Wait, who
hungry,
is
but
that?
you know,
At least it's not like cannibalism hungry.
yeah, y'all still look
Okay,
okay.
I don't look tasty no more.
Hi, I mean, you always look tasty, but it's the giggle to me. Oh, I got it. Thank
No,
you.
but like the way y'all look like nice roasted chickens with
I'm
smoke
saying,
coming off of y'all and
they look
everything.
delicious. But Jojo, do you
Delicious.
understand? I was ready to take a bite.
You just gonna
Were we
nibble?
I
seasoned?
think we might have to go straight up.
You look very seasoned. I ain't gonna hold you. Seasoned,
Period.
juicy, warm.
Can I see if there's a way up
Period.
there? I know around there's no way.
You look
Can
like
y'all
the
go
meat was
left?
gonna fall off the bone.
Ooh. Now,
We
why
wanna
that hurt
you go
me?
like
left.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we go
Try.
that way. Yeah.
Okay, well,
I don't know who.
I
else
have
is
a
there.
You
I don't have
tempted?
enough.
I was very tempted.
I have a rope cannon if we need it.
okay.
Cause I have no stamina, really.
Okay,
I
we
don't
might
think
need
most
it. I
have.
don't know.
I was very tempted.
Maybe there.
Why did I try doing that in the storm?
Oh,
Or, like,
y'all, the
maybe- or
fog
maybe,
is.
like, somewhere here.
Yeah.
Or am I tripping? No, the
Okay.
fog's right here.
I can fit right here, but I don't know if it'll reach long, short enough or low
Maybe
enough.
a little lower. Yeah, yeah, wherever you feel. Yeah, I think we should be good. Yeah, maybe right there will work.
All right, friends. Who wants to go first?
Whoever's got the most stamina needs to go to jail.
Damn, it ain't
It
me.
ain't me.
I almost slipped down.
Oh
there.
shit! Oh shit! Oh my god.
Yeah, it's slippery down there.
Oh no, it's a mess. Don't bother. Don't bother. It's too
Now.
hard still.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Wait, can
Hold
we?
on, hold on.
Can we stand up here?
And I'm very hurt now. Okay. Coffee, just stay behind so I can eat you.
Wait, does anyone have
I am like literally.
I
like,
Hold on.
see.
Is
It's
it-
it's
I'm not
literally
making this.
bullshit.
Okay, I had the same idea as you guys.
Okay.
I'm coming up. I'm coming up.
There's
God,
no
that
way
is
up.
hurting me.
There's no way up.
They don't look like chickens yet.
Oh.
Do you have a lot of stamina, Sin?
No, I do have a lot. That
Des? Oh my gosh.
Well, why couldn't you
You could
die
have at
down
least dropped here so we could have eaten you.
Because now y'all look like chickens again.
Oh, don't eat me, Chigara. Don't eat me. Don't.
Oh. 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 Oh yeah, it's time for me to go.
He did that so fast. He did that so quick.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Coffee.
I got my stamina, so we need to go.
You gotta go. I'm about to pass out. You can go.
All right.
Oh my god. You better survive. You better fucking survive.
Oh my god, a chicken just fell. Oh, I'm not gonna make it. That's it.
You
Wait, is it?
killed.
No, wait.
No, it's it. That's done. That's
Oh.
wraps.
That's it. No, wait. I'm back up. I'm back up. I'm back up.
You finna die. You in the thingy.
I am. Oh, I got the heat pack that's working. Oh, who is this? What do you have? Nothing. Yeah, that's it for me.
We all dead, child.
I'm
GG's.
Dang, I didn't even get to eat anyone. Ugh.
You got
My
just
my
enough.
cannibalism didn't show up at all. No one turned the chicken
That was
at
so
all. Mine was
funny.
pretty full.
Aw.
Poppy, kiss my
That
ass.
was a real.
That was
He ate you so
Coffee just passing
bad.
out. Kathy, you're.
My shit glitched. Okay.
Bones was all
Okay.
that was left.
Oh,
Like,
wait.
how hungry are you to eat a full body?
In like a nanosecond at that.
I'm saying. Like,
Who's
where
that
did your
Florida
clothes
seasoning?
go? Did he eat it with clothes and all?
That Florida season coffee. Oh, you lucky I can't punch you.
Oh my god.
I mean, I
he
did get
didn't
warmer,
think
so I
about
must have
it
put
too
them on.
long. Oh my goodness. Oh wait, Sin is
That
in
was
here.
yeah. Even if we would have made it, there
Okay,
was no way to
nice.
go. Our lollipop, that ending was rough.
And
It is filthy. But wait, my yeah, I couldn't. I was very hungry. Cannibalism was.
you couldn't eat anyone? Oh,
I
shame.
feel like at
Maybe I
that
wasn't hungry
point,
enough.
if all 6 of us are that hungry,
You fed me too quick. Otherwise, I would have eaten you.
just happen. Like 3 people get cannibalized and the other 3's gotta go on.
How low was your bar for it? Like, is it like 80%, 90?
70%.
It was pretty low, yeah.
Damn, yours was pretty low too, Char. Even when I fed you, it wasn't by like much.
It was pretty low, yeah.
Wow.
So it needs to be real bad to start
Like
eating
really,
people.
really bad.
Coffee
Okay.
really
Yeah.
unhinged his jaw and ate you whole.
Clothes and all.
He didn't even think
Oh
about it.
my
He said, "Oh, y'all
gosh.
look like chickens." Chomp.
he didn't even say anything. He just ate.
No.
No, because like it was so sudden for me. Like I was looking at coffee, and next thing you know, I was like, I had an aerial view of y'all. I'm like, what the fuck happened?
I'm screaming.
That was so cool. If you got like a message.
All right.
Instead of you dying.
You don't even tell you.
You want to
like,
try one more
someone
time?
ate you.
I'm not
Sure,
homo.
why not?
Look at your little ears.
Yeah.
That's so cute.
Thank you.
Oh my god, the ears are adorable.
All right. Seeing that. And we got coffee. We got everybody. Hold on. Okay, let's go. One more time. All right. Everybody ready?
All right, listen.
No.
If someone gets eaten, no hard feelings.
I'm
you know?
waiting. Yeah, no hard feelings, you know?
Listen, if I
Okay,
get
I'm
eaten,
ready.
You know, I understand.
You matching?
If I get eaten,
Okay,
I just
bet.
need y'all to make it up to the top of
Oh.
the mountain.
Eh.
Don't
Oh, see, I
don't
can't promise
cannibalize him.
that.
I need you to I need you to promise me if I get.
I can promise that. I'm just gonna feel my stomach, and I'll think about it later.
Now.
I'm screaming. Okay, everyone is here, right? Everyone's ready?
Yeah.
What are you doing? Why are you pushing me?
All right, here we
It's like,
go.
I beat with you.
I had a
You
little
gotta eat
rib.
him
You will be
back.
fine.
The little
This motherfucker fits me awesome.
developers.
Literally.
W developers.
I didn't even see anybody thinking about adding cannibalism. So when I saw that, I was like, what?
Yeah, I know. When people started telling me, I was like, what? But it kind of makes sense. Like, you're so hungry and you need to eat. There's nothing there except for your friend. So,
Right.
you might as well eat the friend then. Okay,
No
let's
bing
get some
bong.
Coconuts.
No.
No, Bing Bong hater.
And our #1 hater.
No, but don't open the door.
Yes.
It's full.
I'm so cute. Yes. Cookie, how
Off
you
the side,
doing?
side. Fine, fine. They're up here. They're up here. Yeah, they're coming down. They're coming down. Come on, come on.
Look at him, just making his way over here menacingly.
W cannibal. How am I gonna get these coconuts if they're all so high?
I got you. Come here.
I dropped a whole lot of coconuts over here.
No!
Oh no! Did you hurt yourself?
Nah. Here you go. Here you go. Here you go.
Oh, yay! Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now we look mighty. Now, please.
Eh?
Not you looking through the binoculars. Hey, Des. You
Hey.
can stop anytime you want. Yeah, I can. I definitely can. I 100% can. I have it all under control. I'm not even dumping myself. Is Sin here? Because Sin wasn't moving earlier. Sin, are you good? Oh. Now, why do you... Okay.
Now, where going?
How things looking? By the way, what? By the way, what, Anka? Because we just died, if that's what you're wondering. Friends have been eaten.
Specifically me.
Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry, that was how things looking, by the way. So I'm not sure if you're talking about the statistics or if you're talking about the game. But statistics wise, not looking.
Get one more little coconut. Here that might go.
Depending on how it goes, it could go up to an hour or two. But besides that, I'm done.
Yay.
Y'all good? Y'all good?
Yeah. I got a little extra stamina. I'm ready to start moving.
Hey. Get your hands off of me.
We already knew it was gonna be hard, but one thing is for sure, like Saturday
No.
is definitely gonna be my streaming days, and I'll take out the Friday.
No. Hands off.
So crazy. But number wise, there's not much I can do. Not much I can
Coffee?
do. I'm not. I'm just holding up my hand. Coffee. Is that coffee over there?
Mm-hmm.
It's a little green speck. Yeah.
alright. It's a minefield. This sack is so heavy, oh my god. Is it full of coconut? The bag. You call me fat?
I'm pretty sure he meant both.
Oh.
Oh. Hey, period.
Anybody got space for bandages?
What did the car?
Anybody got space for bandages?
I do. I have a bag.
All I got is
Throw
food.
into Dad's backpack and stuff it in there.
Oh. Now.
Did
Oh.
someone throw something up? Did somebody throw something up?
Me?
There's a med
I'm
kit and
I couldn't figure out which way y'all were coming from, so I just threw it up. I'm like, y'all go see the luggage. Y'all gonna go over there eventually.
There you go.
Thank you.
That was my
Oh,
thought
they will,
process.
cause especially the
Dad
loot
is now
goblin.
EMS. If you have
Oh.
any cuts or bruises, please make your way to him.
Bitch.
It's
Oh,
half
this
my
is-
bar.
Damn.
What? The weight?
Problem.
Yeah. I have coconuts too, so that's probably why. Well, that is why.
oh yeah, them coconuts are heavy as
That
hell.
is
Yeah.
why. Where y'all going?
I don't know.
All right, right.
I'm following
we
the
went this way.
masses.
We went this way last time.
Oh, okay.
Coffee's in.
Keisha Jefferson.
Carfisha
No,
Jefferson.
the-
Sensible Frederick III. This way.
Not his government.
Mm-hmm.
The third.
The
Oop.
third.
Are you throwing stuff?
Where's the other two?
This the one that
Oh,
got the
I was
little
gonna bring it,
the
but I
poison.
can't.
It's still right there.
They got poison.
Jellyfish. Jellyfish.
Yeah, I'm
Be
gonna-
careful
I'm
how
gonna
you
try to
walk
find
back,
it.
because there's another one right there too.
I don't think you could.
Oh.
Is that a lantern?
Throw
Oh
it
yeah, it was a
back. I'm gonna have to. Gonna hop after this one.
Here, coffee.
Where are the three little mice?
You see where this is? Turn around.
Coffee. This way. Turn around. Turn around. Coffee. Turn around.
This way, yeah.
we can get you here. We can get you
Oh, yeah, I
here.
went the other way. Hey.
Oh,
Hey.
that probably was easier.
Oh, what's it?
Wait. You can go right
Wait.
over around. Yeah.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Ooh, anybody got space? There's
Oh, medicinal
two
roots.
medicinal roots.
I might need one. I did take some fall damage.
I have space for one. Oh,
Mm,
Gab,
I'll eat this one. Yeah. Get that one that dies.
where are you? Oh,
Oh,
never
your
mind.
thingy is full.
Oh, I have drop it. There you go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Got my eye on you.
Not you jumping.
Ooh.
Ooh,
What
hold
are you
on.
watching?
Now
got
I'm
his eyes on
eating.
Shars. He's
Mind your
watching
business,
Shars.
or do you want me to eat you?
Oh, no, I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay.
Mhm, that's what I thought.
That was a
Yeah,
threat.
that's
That
what
was
I
a
thought.
threat. I sense sugar.
I
parent
sense sugar
activity.
parent activity. Thank you for the gift. That I'm saying she was being a sugar,
Sugar
mama.
parent.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, tell her to come.
How many
take
more of
my-
those? I'm
I'll
gonna
go
hold you.
ahead and find
Y'all
some.
looking for a
Can't you
sugar
pay for my
child?
rent?
I'm nice. I make for great conversation.
Hi, Miles.
Hi, Miles. How you doing?
Hi, Miles. Oh, a luggage.
All
Thank
of chat
you.
is in the game,
Is
so.
everyone? Yep.
Hey.
All of chat is in the game. Imagine.
Ooh, Chris. That'd be funny. Char and chat climb the mountain.
Mm-hmm.
Don't climb right there.
Are we climbing the bridge?
I don't know.
detective here to the new luggage this way. Good item.
We don't even have to be honest. Oh well, just finished food shopping. Ooh, you got me some snacks? You? Yeah,
Ooh.
me. Fruit snacks. I would like some fruit snacks right about now.
You know what?
Yo,
fruit
if
snacks that I
when I'm
love?
coming back to the Netherlands, I'm bringing back a suitcase full of them gummy bears.
Which one? Oh, the sugar-free one.
No. What is the name of the best gummy bears in whole America?
I know what you're talking about. I just forgot the name. They're in the white bag
In the white bag.
with the red label. I forget the name though.
Yes. No, not Haribo.
Not
That's not the
Haribo.
best.
Albert or something like that.
Which way we going?
No, I don't
Shut my
remember
ass
the
up,
name.
then.
I haven't had them too long.
We could go like this way.
Was it like Albanese?
Albanese, yes.
Albanese.
See, I was close.
Yeah.
Where?
Albanese.
I said Albert. That's close.
That's the cousin.
That's the store brand.
Right. Looking for Albanese? No, we got Albert.
That is creepy.
Jakara.
It's alright.
It's Albanese anyways.
It's alright.
Those are
I don't
good.
know.
I don't know what
They're
it is,
gummy
but they're
bears, they're-
good.
If you say so.
They're like
Oh, Daz. How do you not know? It is from your own country.
Girl, what that mean?
ooh,
Nothing.
they have a lot more than gummy bears though.
Wait, where are we going?
And it's woman owned. Did you know that?
Yeah, I think this is good. Yeah.
Period.
Here's coconut halves in case y'all hungry.
Women.
I'll take one, thank you.
Where are we going exactly?
Hey, get y'all snack.
That's a great question. I think yeah, we can walk up this way. Yeah, I found the way.
You tired?
Shouldn't be.
No.
It's been a
I ain't
week.
did nothing all day. But then again, I have to catch up on sleep, so I might be a little.
I haven't played Balatro all day. Wait, no, that doesn't count because I played after midnight yesterday. Never mind.
Don't you bring that game up?
See, lying.
Wait,
About a game.
why am I not supposed to bring it up?
Because he hooked too.
I didn't play this morning.
Because I was playing it on David Diver early.
Hey,
sample
you need to
game.
buy the full game.
And then,
So are we
I had a
all-
good high score of 1 million.
oh my
I'm gonna have to
goodness.
get
I
this
never
game
even
because
got
the
1
way y'all talking
million.
about it-
What?
So
Yeah,
Charles
it-
is sweat at
yeah, I
Balatro.
went-
Okay.
Oh
Mhm,
no, that was
mhm.
only my second win ever, and I went in overtime, and then I got over 1 million. It was crazy. Yeah, when I
Oop.
overtime.
Oh my
God.
I'm just trying to.
Excuse me. Oh, 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 oh. I'm so sorry, Jahar. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's alright. I'm still living at least.
Climb around. There you go.
Alright.
Thank you so much
stop.
for the follow. Welcome in. My follows are anonymous, so feel free to lurk.
No,
Oh
don't
my-
lurk. Come out.
Wow,
Okay,
that is
go over there.
wow.
Tell
That
us who you are right now.
Coffee, I'm coming.
is Goober.
Hey yo.
Huh?
Kan je zitten? Dankjewel. Ik ben
Anybody want a medicinal root?
Thank you. Balatro Anonymous registrations are open every Friday at the basement under your local church.
Anybody want a root? Anybody need to have space for a root?
Jojo, please.
I'm good.
You know, I quickly forgot we had the medicinal root.
Thank you. Well, now we got 3.
I
don't
have like the
room for it.
tiny, like I have like the smallest
I can hold it.
sliver.
But I don't need to eat it.
Yeah, we
Oh wait, I
we can hold
I
it in.
can-
We're about to end. If you want to hold food and to like cook it to give us more, if I
Oh.
wanted to.
Oopsies.
Okay.
Yeah, we shouldn't be no more than like a couple minutes away.
Yeah, when I'm about to be in bed in a bit, I probably won't be able to fall asleep, so I'll go for a round Balatro.
Is it on Switch?
Go ahead.
I have it on my Steam Deck, and it's on the mobile, like iPhone, and it's on
I'm pretty
iPad.
sure
So what you're telling me is make Eddie to invest in
I
a
think it's
handheld
on
that's not Switch, is what you're telling me.
Get the Steam Deck.
Yes, you do. Honestly,
If you have a
can
lot
do
of
everything.
Steam games,
But I love my I like my Mario Kart.
Yeah, I was gonna say you need the
Yeah,
Switch
me
too.
too, but I
You
can't
need the
even
Mario
afford
Kart.
it.
But
But also you don't need it
I don't even have a
because
Switch 2, so I can't even play the new Mario Kart, which is blasphemy. This should be illegal, actually.
Oh.
You have to buy a whole new
I
console
almost
for
fell, but
for
thank
the new
you.
game.
I don't know why
I
it's
don't know why it
doing
was
that.
acting so silly. I don't know either.
not this way.
I'm coffee. You
Go
going?
up.
Which way we going?
Yeah, it's fast. Got yoinked
I
up.
think I'm there next.
Oh,
Yay! Thank you.
oh yeah, we can.
Yeah, I really want to
Oh,
play
shit, I
Mario
missed one.
Kart and the Donkey Kong game, but it's not looking good for me anytime soon.
Sorry, don't tell me that. Sorry, don't tell me that.
No, Finn, I just got my
You a
son an
Mario
MSI Claw.
I
That thing was
know.
$500, and I need to pay it
saw
off
earlier.
still. He is happy, but it's gonna take me a while. Unless I make a good amount of sales. Who knows?
Oh. I'm gonna plug you in. Kara, coffee.
huh?
Kara.
I'm on top of the mountain.
What's going over there?
You said what?
Nothing. Waiting for you.
My bad.
Didn't know where you were. Got scared.
I got separated. My bad. I'm coming.
I think I got it on sale.
I ain't die. I'm here.
I'd like to wait for sale.
I can spare 16.
I got a remedy fungus.
Thanks, JoJo.
Ooh,
Oopsies.
Goober, do you have Game Pass?
I can't. I don't.
But
have
let's
space
was
for
on
that.
Game Pass.
Game Pass doesn't work.
It's
for
on
me.
Game Pass? Oh, then I already have it. Oh, snap.
Can you cook the remedy
Oh,
fungus?
yeah, you just telling me it's on Game Pass.
Game Pass won't let me
I
download
don't
it,
yes.
and I'm about to crash out.
Which
because
fungus?
The remedy fungus?
Oh, I don't know
Drop
if
it.
I don't know if it'll do anything to it. I'm not sure.
Well, it says well
I think it
done.
should heal us more.
What
whenever we
happened to
cook.
my? Oh my god!
Oh.
Oh,
Was
here's
that
the
because you
huddle up
cooked
bonus
it?
rule right there.
I'm gonna crash
Oh, I
out.
think your marshmallow. Your marshmallow's right there. Yeah.
It's fine. It's fine.
Hero.
Cool,
Do we have
girl.
anything else?
Nice.
We got the medicinal roots. All right, don't
one
leave
degree?
don't leave important items in my hand.
No.
Huddle up as we approach the peak. The temperature is
What came out of the statue?
suddenly dramatic. What? I can't read.
A cure-all.
Oh yeah, everyone
Dramatically,
should read this.
constant cover is a must, and getting caught out in open when the wind is strong can be a death sentence.
Oh,
Damn it, I
who's
can't
getting
cook it.
poisoned?
If all else fails,
Yeah, I know.
To share by
I ate it on
might
purpose.
save you from an icy grave.
Oh, okay. Oh, for your hunger, I got you.
There you go.
Yeah, when you hold it, make sure you like left click it as well, so it like zooms in and so it'll count.
Huddle up.
Green.
Oh,
gooseberries.
yeah. Alright, I'm done.
There's only green.
Yeah, I ate the green. I ate 2 green.
Why you do
Okay, there it goes.
Because the poison will go away eventually. The hunger, though,
Like-
only gets worse.
like you poisoned? Okay, right. I'm about to poison myself purposely. so
All right,
can
I
get
won't
the
miss the jump
eyeballs.
this time. I guarantee it.
Uh-huh.
Where is it?
Okay, let's see it.
Where's this going at? But if
Not
I
over
do
here.
fail, you know, I've got a backpack on me. Someone just grab it.
Oh, so we need to make sure that we pick the backpack off your body, and then at least eat the body you left behind. Bet.
Damn, I'm scared now.
Oh.
Wait,
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 just
till
wait.
after rain.
Wait. You're playing with the edges of
Goober's panicking. It's so funny.
You know what? After rain, I'm fine. Nah.
Hey, there we go.
That was a
Made
long
it.
ass slide.
Imagine dancing in the rain. What do you think?
Dancing in the rain. Is someone gonna jump with me? Well, I mean, you don't have to jump on it, but you can just slide down. I think you can stand there if I want to.
Oopsies.
Or even there. Oh. That was fast as fuck. Alright, Gab, it's your turn. Uh-oh. I'm here for it. Hey, let's go. I think it was morning.
Ooh.
little adrenaline going on.
Now.
Yeah, they're talking about I'm gonna pee, and I said I'm gonna jump.
It's like a little treehouse. No.
I don't like the burn.
No. I hear Oop. Get her.
Chicken, I'm eating you first.
Oh my god!
Coffee.
Coffee bean. Speak now, forever hold your pieces.
Hi, girl.
I'm holding my pieces.
How you
Throw
doing?
those fingers
You
up.
can go and take that. Yes, cannibalism. Who gonna stop?
Oh. Now how'd you die?
Fall
Cannibalism?
Oh.
Okay, babes. Bye.
Oh, wait. Who died?
Okay. All right.
Do you know where coffee is?
No, let me go check.
All right.
Poppy's still alive. He's still alive.
Okay.
You look
Alright.
dead. You came to stand here and burp in my ear? You pig.
Now Juju.
Who just burped?
Oh, a shelf. I have no space.
Oh my god.
Come on, friend.
It's poison here, Gab. Watch it.
Not me,
You can,
thoroughly.
jump around it.
Goober, take my hand. Goober, take my hand.
Ooh, let go.
Wait, God.
Yeah, I'm definitely
Much
eating
upon
you.
coffee.
Definitely eating you.
Wait!
Definitely eating you. Definitely eating
You're
you.
not gonna die.
Oh, Char, what's the
Watch
point?
out.
Char, what's the point?
I saw.
Child.
Okay.
Jesus.
I was getting a little nervous.
That's so crazy. That's so crazy. I haven't done nothing.
I'm not another guy. Keep it up. Keep up the grip.
No.
Wait a
we
minute.
can't
How
make
do we
it
get down? Yeah. Come down here.
Oh my
we can
God.
go through this like a vine.
This is like where I died.
Oh,
I
no.
slipped and fell all the way down there.
He's already
You
there.
know
You
that.
talking about there's two over there.
He's
I'm
already
next
there
to
before I
it.
finish my sentence.
I'm already there.
I didn't even finish my sentence
Oh,
and he was
a chain
gone.
launcher.
Watch out for poison. Oh, never mind.
This is all Juju's work. It's all Juju's work. He ate it up. Is it
You
worth
good?
My screen
Yeah.
You slipped again?
is so funny.
No, the
No.
peel. It scared me.
Extra stamina or no?
I think I'm okay.
Careful,
There's
Des.
poison here.
Careful.
Oh. Thank you. A little seeing eye ghost.
Oh, that's a cluster berry. That's an evil spot to put it. Damn. Oh man.
Yeah, Juju,
I don't
you
go
did
for
a
that.
They
great
don't want
job.
y'all. They don't want anybody to have those for real.
Oh,
Y'all could go behind the lava.
You did all
Yeah,
that.
that's
These
what
are
you
real
want
last time.
Yep.
So this needs to last me for a little bit.
Yes.
Don't follow me. Don't come this way.
Oh.
Go,
That's working.
Just
go
like
more right, cause
I just don't know
you
what
can
to
come
do with
this
my
way.
edges.
Yeah.
I barely have edges left. It's okay though.
You should be able to go
That's
through
alright.
there
We get a little bit poison.
if you want to.
Oh, good.
Actually,
nice.
yeah. If you go through it, the
Maneuver.
ticks. Maybe
So,
you
I'm
can
trying
eat the
to keep
ticks too.
this-
So that's perfect.
Until
Who's got a tick?
a long time.
Oh no!
I
If
don't
you get
know.
a tick
Oh,
going
long
through the
time.
blue leaves, yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna
Oh, is that how you get them?
Just lead them edges down.
Yeah.
Really?
Oh.
wait, how do you get the
I thought it was
ticks?
just poison ivy.
Passing through these bushes or like these little leaves.
Oh,
Oh,
interesting.
thank you, Dad. Only you care
No.
about me.
You're going a long way.
That's so crazy.
No, Goober, I'll eat you up.
I've done nothing.
You're on my list now.
Oh.
Oh my god.
What? Bye, Jojo. Jojo,
Ooh.
the minute you and I play the game, I'm eating you first too.
Oh my
This ain't no
god.
way. Talking
Start on
about
purpose
what
to eat
Lined
you.
up as chicken.
I know that's
Get
right.
JoJo too. I support it too. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, get JoJo.
Ooh, now you support it?
Not too much on Giorgio.
Yeah, get JoJo.
No.
Leave
I
them
definitely need to get
alone.
Jojo. Jojo said I don't have
Jojo-
edges. My edges are
Jojo
just
and
in the twist. Juju didn't know any better,
Oh,
okay?
oh.
Not JoJo said you're
tried.
wrong.
He did. Wait, did someone poison me? Do I have a tick? Daz, do
You
I
have
have
a
a tick?
Oh,
I'm
look at your
poisoned.
legs.
Yes. You want to eat it?
You can
Oh,
eat
yeah,
it,
make sure
eat
you
Yes,
eat
please.
Oh, it's fat.
Yeah, them ticks be thick.
That one was
Very.
really juicy.
Thick
It
ticks.
was. My
Sure.
hunger went away.
They heal a good. They do a good bit of hunger too, so that's amazing.
They do. They
I've
do.
never cooked one. I'm trying to
Oh,
cook
I didn't
one.
get a
Wonder what
chance
you
to
like to
cook
cook
one. I've
one.
just eaten them the way they
Oh,
are.
wait, can we go that
Eating
way?
them raw, just nasty.
Or did we go straight up?
Mm-hmm.
Not playing
Say what I
grounded
do to
anymore.
you.
Uh, if you can go straight up, go to the left, like where coffee is. If coffee goes straight up, there's a ledge.
Try it, coffee. Oh, you fell.
Oh, like over here?
Yeah.
Oh wait, I kind of see it.
Oh.
Mm.
There's a little ledge right here you can stand on. Can you come up?
Little crack.
G G G G baby 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 G G G G baby baby baby.
There's another ledge over here. if you
It's.
want to
I
sit up
think
to.
it's so amazing that y'all know. No one in my life knows these songs. I love y'all so
Let me
Hey,
tell you
that's that
something.
good shit.
Generational songs, okay?
I'm saying,
I'm
but
talking
no
That's a
about
hood
one
classic
knows
right there.
them.
I'm talking about GG.
I love that song too. Oh my god, y'all make me emotional. Ugh. All right.
Coffee?
We're missing.
go.
We're missing someone.
Coffee.
Yeah, coffee was over
Coffee.
here. Coffee.
Coffee.
Unmute your mic, Coffee.
Coffee's still alive. He's on a baton a little
Yeah,
further
the dance
down.
is very addicting.
Oh, a
No.
little like below us. Okay.
I might be dead.
Gotta,
Never
I
mind,
can
this
wait for
motherfucker
coffee if
finna
need
die.
be.
So y'all are healing my
Oh
health.
shit. Damn.
He
He's
just
dying?
fell. He just fell off a fall
Oh, he's right
damage,
there.
and all he got is bandage.
Oh, wait, am I
You need me to
poisoned
come to you?
again?
Yes, you
I
are.
have another tick. Oh.
Who's hungry?
Who wants to eat the tick?
I'm good on food.
Gab's the
Oh,
hungriest.
Goober take.
There you go.
Nasty little
Mhm.
bug.
I'm coming, Coffee.
You're welcome, Goobers. I caught the tick for you, Goobers.
Some ticks like you.
How hurt are you?
They do.
About
It's a third of his bar.
Grabber.
yeah.
Okay, I'm coming down. How are you? Hold on.
Let him die? Chris, I'm already dead. I can't do
You
nothing.
used all your extra stamina, didn't you?
Oh, Chris is back.
Yeah, Chris.
There's
is
a bandage in my bag.
I knew we should have taken a rope. Dang it.
There you go.
Is that good enough? Can y'all see
If you
this
come up
rope?
here in this little, oh goddamn,
Wait,
fucking
can y'all see
rain.
this rope?
Not right now. We're in a little crevice.
Okay, hold on.
Oh my gosh, y'all already up?
We can come back up. We don't need it. We can come back up.
Oh, okay. I use
Coffee,
How
coffee,
am
you
I
on
supposed to
fire?
go there?
Coffee finna pass
Coffee.
out.
Ooh, ooh.
I can rope y'all. Yeah, I'll rope y'all.
I'm
Let me know when
stressed.
it's good enough. Is this good?
Welcome back, Coffee?
Wait, what happened to Coffee?
Naked, I think.
Wait, do you fall
Coffee,
again?
Coffee?
Oh,
I ended up back on the ground.
Ciao.
He got a little too close to the lava, and it started roasting him.
Hello, y'all good?
Yes, I think. Do you need help?
Thank you.
Y'all need help?
Yep, there's some food there.
Oh,
Is,
look.
Yo, it's
A
mushroom.
mushroom.
Oh, they gave you thick mints. Period.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been holding them for when we really need it.
Where you at, Coffee?
Area. I never probably really
Did
need
he
that.
see the luggage?
No, why'd you go past me?
I didn't.
You
Are you hurt?
jumped down when I was on the way up. Oh yeah, I'm hurt.
If you had seen it, there's two
That's why I jumped down.
Dang.
All right, come here.
trail me. Am I hungry?
No.
I have a granola bar and trail mix.
I can
Also,
hold
for
them if you
whoever
want
is
to.
hurt, I still have the medicinal root.
Oh, the
cooked.
thing's coming. Oh, we gotta move. I see the fog.
Oh.
Oh.
I got a tick.
Where? Oh.
Lake.
It's tick
You gotta say.
season, huh?
Yeah.
Do you want it or should I eat it?
If you need it, eat it.
It's like a little hack to get the ticks and get like a little bit poisoned, and then it'll fill your hunger at least.
Right.
I'll feed you.
Where y'all at?
Juicy.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, granola bar. We'll put that in my bag.
There's a granola bar. Who's hurt?
I can. I'm not hurt.
Who's hungry?
These
We're not
two-
hurt anymore. We're good. Well, I know about Coffee, but I'm good.
Coffee? Where's coffee?
Appreciate it.
He would dash. There they go. They like right below you.
Okay, welcome. Okay, let's see where we can go from here.
Look at this nice little scenery of lava just pouring out of the mountain
Oh, the
and
yellow
sun
one's bad.
setting.
Coffee, are
Yeah,
you
we can
still
go up
hurt?
this way. Come up this tree.
I'm not hurt. I'm all healed.
Okay. Alright. Oh my.
Wait, come over here.
It's a little...
Oh, never mind. Never mind.
Don't do it.
No, you can get right here. Get right here.
Now put a little rope down. up
Then
here
come
to
on the
top of
tree.
this tree. It's like a
Okay.
little.
All right, we see it.
Oh.
Little tiny piece.
Char, turn around.
Yes? Why?
I meant come right here. But you can come across. Go ahead.
Oh, I don't. Yeah, Charlie, you can go up this way. Yeah, and I can pull you.
No.
Or
Well,
drop you.
there you go.
Sensible, my hand. Thank you.
Got you.
Is that it?
Then we go
Yeah.
here. Then her.
It looked like y'all almost at the top, but it looks can be deceiving. I wish I could just like free roam, just like glide around.
Yeah, I'm about to open
Okay,
the
this
2000 K-pop list.
maybe we
'cause, ooh.
can we
Yes.
maybe we go to the other
Again
side
and
because we can't
again
go up
and
this way.
again and again.
Actually, no, maybe not. Before I say that.
Go to the
Yeah,
right.
that ledge is not that steep.
Okay, yeah, we can make this.
And then if you just go to your right, you should be cool.
Thank you.
It don't look like it's too much
Yeah,
space.
exactly we went last time.
Oh, my
Sorry, where you at?
hand.
Here we go.
Thank
I
you.
got you.
All these slippery slopes.
Thank you.
No,
Mhm.
looks were definitely deceiving. God damn. Okay. Mhm.
Oh, can we?
Oh,
Cause now I
I
gotta
remember
listen
this.
to K-pop. I can't listen to Teacher Moss.
This is kind of where we lost each other and died, huh?
Oh wait, I think there was a luggage back here. Oh yeah, we did come this way the first time. There was
Oh
a-
yeah. We come in this little corner and then climb up.
Oh, right.
Every time I see thinking what's that group's name?
I'm probably
For Junior, I gag a little bit.
Alright. Climbing and climbing. Ooh.
Oh yeah, this is the weird spot. One at a time.
Yeah, definitely one at a time.
Get stamina.
Ooh.
And then
The way it's like pushing me. Come back.
No.
Big
Yeah,
ass
he's
head.
probably just gotta go up. Only one person can stand there for real.
Oh yeah, I'm
Once you
cooked.
say
I'm
my
cooked.
head
I'm
is
cooked.
big,
I
that's
ain't do
crazy.
shit. Poshar.
Yeah, all my extras gone.
Oh, come back.
I don't know if I can.
Just chill.
It's a weird
You got
corner.
this. It is a weird corner, but you got this. See, you made it.
It's a miracle. It's a miracle. And I think then we went up here, but I
coming
had a
up.
lot of stamina when I did that crazy stuff.
Grab the top of your head.
Thank you.
Come on, Rain, go away. We don't have time. We don't.
Did we go up here? I think we went up there, didn't we?
To the right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did.
I'm craving K-pop. Oh my gosh. Oh. No.
I got you there.
Thank you. Thank you. We need huddle up in the corner. Hey, cat. Looking like a chicken.
Thank you.
Ow!
We can go right there.
She's trying to corner me so she can eat me. Help!
Ooh, that's a little risky
Oh.
jump. You can definitely possibly fall on that jump.
Yeah.
No. Let me drop it.
What is
Okay.
happening over there?
I
Oh my god. I cannot jump.
Yeah, that's a little risky jump, but you could definitely, yeah.
Oh, girl.
Ooh,
She
thank you.
locked me in that corner and tried to eat me. And nobody saved me.
Nope.
Did you have fun?
careful to the right.
No.
There's a thingy.
There's poison. There's poison. There's poison. Poison.
Poison.
Stick to
Okay.
the left. All right.
Now I have to listen to Girls' Generation. Hold on.
Oh, hey, Goober. We meet again.
She's trying to I just want to listen to
Please. Y'all climbing while it's raining? Damn.
It's not that hard.
Could've been me. Could've been me. And yeah, it's me. Okay. I guess I lost it.
But you still did it.
I still did it.
This shit. Oh my! Look at all the little thingies.
Is
The
this-
explodey thingies.
I don't remember
Yeah,
this.
I think we can climb right here.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, there's that. Then there's another ledge. This.
I mean, you could have gone that way.
Oh, I don't trust it. I, I'm a little hungry, so that might be.
Jakar died,
I was like, yeah,
yeah.
maybe I don't want to. Wait, I do have food, but
Yeah, it's a little steep, not gonna lie.
Just make sure you got all your stamina before you start. There you go.
Yay.
Okay, to the right.
save me. Thank you. Oh wait. Oh shit. Wait. Why?
Don't-
Hello, game. Hello.
Did
Gab,
the
Game.
fairy?
Gab.
Oh, it's green. Never mind.
There we go. All right.
Eh,
Game was trying to cheat me.
all these are the green ones poisonous?
Don't eat those.
Yeah.
I see a luggage over here. I'm gonna get it.
That rain, please.
Is
The
that a
timing
little
was
crisp
so
berry or is that
nasty.
green?
It's a little explodey thingy. Little pleasant thing.
That's the green one.
Who does?
Well, we're here.
Oh,
Oh.
right there.
Where's the smoke?
There go the smoke.
Smoke.
Wimps.
I don't see it.
Oh,
It's to the
yeah,
right.
over here. Roll call.
Everybody's still alive.
Coffee?
And in the same area. Coffee.
No.
up
I'm here.
Here.
Coffee's
Oh,
right next to
okay.
me.
Jar.
Just
Puppy.
wonder where y'all
here.
are.
I would have noticed there was another
Ooh.
ghost.
Oh!
I feel like Coffee has an allergic reaction to his mic
Oh!
every time he uses it.
Allergic reaction is crazy.
Yeah.
Not Micaitis.
Talk to us. Love us.
Okay.
And then Sensible's all the way
What?
over here. They're
He's over
already
here.
at the campsite.
Not she dancing.
The little dance. All right, I'm gonna bring you back.
Alright.
I'm sorry. I know that it's very aggressive, like revival.
Shit.
Coffee up the air.
That thing is aggressive as hell.
They say,
Oh, 2 more
"Here, take your
backpacks.
people back."
2 more backpacks.
Oh, period.
How many backpacks?
And we
They're,
have
be- they're
3.
being generous with the backpacks.
Very.
Oh, a heat pack.
Scary.
Embrace the occult. Occult.
Since trying to talk to the scoutmaster again, apparently.
What was another
Oh,
thing?
that's
Oh yeah, I
green.
can read these pages too. Yep.
Oh wait, actually, I was gonna get poisoned.
You can
a
still
little
eat 'em.
bit. I know. I
There's some
thought
over
about
here.
it after I
Embrace
do
the
it.
occult.
Oh wait, let me cook my.
I'll eat the green.
marshmallow.
Don't tell me.
Oh, there's no more. Okay.
Eat pack. Energy drink.
My stomach
Oh,
growling.
Oh, it's eating. Your stomach eating your back.
My spine.
Touching your back.
Ah, it's this place again.
Sin trying to talk to the scoutmaster again? Oh, absolutely not, Jojo. Absolutely not. I do not even see that name.
Bless you.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Gab. Yeah, you know he's a lovely person.
Shit.
He's very friendly.
I want to listen to K-pop so bad. Oh my god. What is- You might just turn up for the left part of the stream.
Be extra careful how I'm cutting these corners and everything.
I'm gonna go left side again. Look for more luggages.
Find a threat. Find a threat.
Also, welcome back, Corpse. How you doing? How was work? think I don't got shit in my bag.
I need some oranges.
Okay.
Ooh.
There were 2 more, yeah.
Okay. Actually, I'm gonna keep the heat pack on me. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we'll definitely probably need that heat pack, yeah. Yes, sir.
Better now that I'm home. Happy that you're home. We'll continue JoJo's when I stop streaming.
Are you hungry?
We watching JoJo's later. I already knew you was gonna ask.
Well, from what? Okay, come down here, and then coffee,
Oh snap.
Bro, it's so crazy how hungry you get so fast. Like, damn. Where are y'all at? Where everybody at? This way. Marco?
Mm-hmm.
I gotta go.
Okay.
That's so late. I'm just gonna take my puppy to the park for like an hour. They've been inside. Well, they've been inside for a while. They like to run, but they don't like people or other dogs.
I know that's right.
Sometimes when you have COVID.
Bro, it just...
We got another one?
It was here like 3 seconds ago. And I'm still getting...
Do you need extra stamina?
I have a little bit extra stamina. You can save that till for dire times.
Okay.
Oh, I love FX.
Rum Pum. Wait, can you put? Oh, sorry, you gotta put Rum Pum Pum on there. I don't know if Sharon knows
I
that.
don't want to
Hold on.
listen.
I just won't talk.
Char. Where's Char?
Char, where are you? Oh, we don't know if
She's somewhere.
Charity?
Is she alive?
Share.
Char?
Where'd she go?
Char?
I don't know where she went, but she's alive.
Oh, yeah.
This game. This fucking game, man. I'm gonna die right here, ain't I? Yeah. Stupid ass game. Gotcha.
Oh.
Oh god. I'm gonna die.
Oh! Oh! Oh!
Gap?
Oh!
Gap? Gap?
Oh.
Oh my god.
My God.
Where are y'all? Are y'all up?
Where are you? Keep boxing. Oh. You wanna use this? Where? I'm good.
I'm gonna die.
No.
Where are y'all? Y'all, you see what happens when I fucking play this game? I don't even know where nobody is. I'm just here. And I don't think nobody can hear my ass either.
Char? Somewhere. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Shit.
Now what a coffee. He was just here.
We're cooked. I'm gonna
I might
pass
die.
out.
I might
I'm
die.
gonna pass out.
I'm
I'm passing out.
Looking for food.
Oh, another bean.
Now she passing out, so.
That's all that.
She passed out.
Oh, she's right here. I got a heat pack near me.
I'm
Hopefully
out.
I could.
Oh, she's dead.
Oh.
Dead. How did you die?
Hi.
I literally kept calling for y'all and I was just like, where are y'all? And no one was answering and I just had to keep going.
I could not hear you. I'm so sorry.
I didn't hear a thing. These winds are awful. It's treacherous.
It's not my day, I
Oh, I
see.
see them. Friends,
Hello.
Friends, comrades.
buddies.
House.
Oh, here it comes again.
Oh,
I'm kind of good right here. No, I'm not. Ah!
let's huddle up. Ooh.
Oh, it goes away fast.
And make it cozy.
Hmm.
Not you bouncing. Oh,
Now you're jumping.
that is bouncing.
We.
We didn't go this way last time, but we could try for this way.
Anyways, how are y'all doing?
And go right side.
Because I'm dead as fuck. It doesn't matter.
Sure, let's do it.
I can't do anything anymore. I'm just here.
I'm going to buy a bike for 20 years tomorrow to the fact doing the sale. Ooh. It's a good price.
You can. I mean, you don't have to jump, but.
Yeah, so 20 bucks.
Just crazy. We're a little crazy and risky.
Pardon me.
Damn, you're hilarious the way you said. What are you thinking about it?
Yeah.
I believe. There we go. Oh wait, did we lose Jahar? Wait, how did we lose you?
Because I got separated from you at that point, and then I literally never saw anybody
But do I
again,
get this
and then I
knocking
fell
here
from fall damage because no one was there to help me up.
Because you stream?
No, I'm sorry. We weren't there to help you.
Does Twitch think I'm a real streamer? Yeah. Am I jumping?
Yes, girl.
Sick.
Hopefully we found an effigy for you.
Throw me one.
Ooh, food.
Ah.
That.
Keep it in my pocket for later.
Oh, you. There's one right here. Right above me.
There you go.
So we could either stay inside here.
Oh.
It would be safer from the wind, or we could come out here. But I think we stay inside. That type is heavy as hell, yo. There we go. I'll pull you up. Have you cut left a little bit?
Woo! Thank you.
Yeah, come left if you can. Got you. Got you, coffee. If you dive a little left. Oh no, coffee. Is anyone hungry? I do have thick mints that I'm
good.
On to.
I'm
I
okay.
am.
You are?
Let me get up there first. Oh.
Here, I got your coffee. Here, come back down.
I'm just watching. They can't hear me right now because I have to push the
Why are
talk.
you jumping on me? I'm vibing on these songs.
Here you go.
All right, thank you.
Whamps to next.
Try right here, or
I could not tell if they were like above me or below me or at the same level, just like separated by a big ass
No, you
rock.
can't stand there.
Legitimately, just could
No.
not.
Oh, y'all came down with quickness.
can you jump, please?
Does anyone have a rope?
Funnily
I have
enough, the person that died had a rope.
No. We could.
Do y'all want
we could
this?
probably rope.
I
I
had
could
a
take it. Yeah.
rope, I had a baton, and I had.
I'm gonna drop it
bandages.
now. You ready?
Damn. Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay.
And a shelf stone.
All right. Single file line.
I gotta do a little jump for it, but it's fine. Wait, let's see. Hold on, let me see if it's safe first. Hopefully,
Oh.
I did one extra stem. I'm not gonna lie.
Is it okay?
Yeah, I went in the extra stem though.
Okay,
If
well,
you can
so be
jump
it.
up to the rope. I'll pull you though. Maybe y'all can bounce.
Ah, that song always does it for me.
No.
Damn.
Damn, where'd you go?
Gab failed far as hell. You was
Oh wait,
not
Gab?
do not
Gab
getting
didn't
Gab.
Ah, shit.
Okay, I'm gonna.
Oh, you did find Gab. You can't heal
Push
people
this.
with
Oh, don't do that.
Is there anyone up here?
Oh, that's my bag.
Yeah, I'm here.
the
Wait a minute, you have
medicinal
a
root don't.
medikit. No. Heal her, not me. There you go.
Oh, period.
Ooh. I'm alive.
Here's your shelf fungus.
Oh.
And your root.
Gab back up.
Gab's back up.
Is she really hurt? Wait, Gab, are you really hurt?
No, Gab's bar it's completely gone.
I have a Pandora's box if she needs it.
Oh,
Oh, I have one too. Are you hurt?
What the hell is Pandora's box?
Okay.
What does that do?
It randomizes your stats, so if you're like really hurt or hungry, you can like get frozen and then it'll all be healed.
Very interesting item.
Or fire or whatever. It's really helpful.
I might fuck around and play Fields of Mystery after this. And start a whole new save too. Or I could just go boot up AI the Somnium Files again. Because I really just wanted to pick Peak for like...
You want to use the box?
Right now.
No.
Okay.
I just need a little like fruit or something.
I'm trying to jump without climbing first. I guess you can't.
Hello?
Gap's coming. Gap's coming.
I got you. Gab, don't you follow me again?
I'm not gonna make it. I'm not gonna make it. I'm gonna die again. I'm gonna die again. I'm gonna die again.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna come down.
Okay. Here, use this. Use this.
Okay.
Gab, you also have a
Are you
shelf
hungry?
behind you in your backpack.
Are y'all hungry or anything?
I'm a little peckish.
Yeah, me too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How about you, Gab?
Why you just jump down, Superman?
Shar, you ready?
Oh.
Actually,
Oh,
Gab,
wait,
here,
no.
Gab, here.
Are you here?
I'm not gonna play Fields of Mystery.
I'm about to come up.
I'm gonna play...
I'm about to come up.
JoJo's.
Hurry up! I'm here.
Nah, go ahead. Go hide.
I can boost
now
y'all
we
up.
already-
Actually, can we step here?
Not too much.
Oh shit.
Okay, now I'm coming. I'm coming.
Oh, yeah. I'm on my way. I was definitely
Oh, that
not
was some
taking
really good
songs.
RNG. Okay. Perfect.
Uh-huh.
Perfect.
And you just have to... You know what? You know what?
No.
Let me start myself.
Oh my gosh, I love this freaking music video.
Alright, so are y'all saying I would make it?
Bring me back to 2007, I'm sick.
Gab's coming up. Well, actually, Gab, they're not gonna be able to grab you. Wait a second, Gab.
Riz, yeah, we're peeking.
Hello.
I'm a K drop you down this damn mountain.
I'm not gonna make it.
You want to drop me? Go ahead.
Dead.
I'll
Get
just-
to
I'll
moving.
just have
Gab,
all
no.
three. Yeah, go
Get to
ahead.
moving.
No.
Y'all coming?
Mm-hmm.
No.
You like sliding down? Oh.
Gab's down, y'all.
That was the last of Gab show.
Okay. This is fine. This is okay.
Not you
I'll
over here
take your
looting
backpack
Gab's body.
and, You know, I mean, I gotta do what I gotta do just a little bit.
Sorry, I was too much lady over here.
Sorry, you weren't able to make it good.
No, cannibalism. If you're hungry enough, they start looking like roast chicken.
Y'all good down there?
Oh, Gab's dead.
I'm coming out. Yeah, Gab.
Sure is.
You damn cannibal. Sure are. Sure am.
Okay, I'm coming
Yum,
out.
yum, yum, yum.
I'm right here. Oh,
they
the
did.
damn wind.
They did add that.
Oh, I'm not gonna
Yeah.
make it either.
Coffee ate Jakara earlier.
Oh,
Here,
Okay, so
hug me.
coffee, are you hurt?
Coffee is passed out right now, yes.
How do you need more?
You need a little bit more.
yeah, one more should be good.
Oh my god.
I have
So
airline
what I'll
food if you
do
need
is-
help.
Your heat pack fell.
I'll go up and then I'm gonna drop a rope. If you can just make it to this first
Coffee,
rope,
your heat pack
I'll drop a
fell.
second rope for you
No.
so you can climb straight up.
K-pop request?
Rolling by Brave Girls.
Wait, who?
Rolling by Brave Girls.
Okay. Rolling. I got you. Rolling? Mm.
I'm here.
This
I'm here.
second.
I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, and I have a rope for you. Is that low enough, you think?
On you?
Come on, Onu.
For
I listen to the full group music. Oh, shiny, like the shiny. Ooh.
there you go, coffee.
Yeah, I need to play a shiny song too.
Ooh, Lucifer.
Yes, exactly. Oh my god, Sassy, this is why I love you so much. Oh my god! You get it. Oh, Lucifer was a hit.
Oh, the Gab's dead.
There's a luggage here. Oh, this is that one luggage.
Oh,
There's a luggage here that I'm gonna grab.
I think I'm freezing.
Damn, that's a thick jump, but I'll be alright.
It's you all the way down here. Oh my god. Are you good?
I should be good. I think. Yeah, nah, I'll be fine. If I can make it here, I'll be good. I'm just hoping that we get like a good item here. Oh, this is where we were last time. This is the area. I'm in the spot where you were, Daz. I don't know if you remember. Oh, sports drink. Okay.
Perfect, actually.
If the fog won't catch us first.
Also, hella luggage.
Damn, I don't know if they should come my way or I should go back to
A
them.
lot of luggage.
Is there another one here? Yeah, I see the luggage up there. Oh, Gab left. Uh-oh.
Love you.
Oh, did Gab have to go? Yeah, I gotta jump down.
I don't know where to go.
I was thinking we can go up there. Or like this way.
Which way?
But I might come back to y'all, yeah. Can someone get me?
Love y'all,
Over,
gotta have to take
might
my
be over
gloves
here
off.
might be
You
better.
like, okay, Goober, thank you for
Later,
playing.
Gab.
It's kind of steep on that.
Yeah, I have rope. if
Why
I
don't
can
you just
find
climb the tree?
Actually, that works too.
I guess this is why we don't climb.
Oh, yeah, maybe the fire. Yeah, maybe the fire. The freaking
I'm not gonna make it, y'all. I'm gonna pass
Nice.
out. Oh, maybe not.
It's alright, don't you pass out on us.
But I barely have stamina. Like, I literally don't have any.
Just wait a second and wait for the cold to go
Could
away.
someone boost me up? Oh wait, sorry. Try it again. I don't think I'll make it. Okay. I know what I'll do.
Anya! Hi.
I think I'm gonna go that way. I don't know.
Okay.
Here.
You want to try the tree?
I'll go up this way. I'll use the lollipop, and then I'll Oh, the fog is here. Oh shit! I have to hurry. I have to hurry. I got y'all.
Oh.
Anya, how you doing? Oh, that is far.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm good.
Oh.
Oh, the fog is here. I'm okay. How are
Period.
you? I'm doing good.
Shit, is this gonna
Apparently,
work?
about to be ready to go to bed
Like,
because we're dying.
is this low enough for y'all?
Let's go over here. Let's go over here. Come on, Val.
Wait,
Let's
is it
go.
low enough? Is it good?
It should be if we climb a little bit and then grab it.
Who all in here?
But I'm not really sure to be
Daz,
honest.
Sin, Goober died, Coffee, Jakara dead. That's it. That's all of us.
Yeah, I gotta hurry. I gotta hurry. I can't say.
I'm
where
not gonna make
so-
it. I'm dead. Not gonna make it.
No, Char, you're hungry.
Rip Char. Oh. Oh, sliding down was crazy.
Yeah, I'm out too.
I'm coming up.
It's just y'all two.
That's the.
Just keep
Oh,
going.
okay.
Just keep...
Okay, that's the best I could do. Yeah, this is a fucking deep ass little climb.
It's just y'all.
We'll make it. There's a. Oh, hold on. That thing is moving kind of. Hey, I got another chain launcher.
Oh.
Period.
Oh, we got third chain launcher. Okay.
Oh.
Again, it was just like
Oh,
here because
this
y'all,
is right there.
y'all kind of stuck right now.
Oh yeah, we should go up this way. And then another chain launcher somewhere.
Left or right?
Okay.
Yeah. I'll grab you up.
Thank you.
Welcome to the ghost
Okay.
party, Sean.
Oh.
Is it
Not
raps?
the ghost party. No, it's not raps. We good. We got it. We got it. I think.
It's a small ledge right here. Ow!
Now,
You.
Ooh, it's right on us. We have to keep moving.
Yeah. I'm gonna go left or right.
I don't know which way.
Hold on. Wait. I'm gonna get us out. I'm gonna get us out. I'm here. Here.
we already left.
Chain launcher at this point, because what the hell?
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out what side to do it.
Just go right there. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll drink some water, coffee.
Oof.
Move that throat. Oh! Oh, we gotta do some spottle. We haven't done spottle.
Thank you.
Ooh, luggage.
Oh, luggage. How nice.
Now-
A flare.
In the fucking wind.
Damn,
Y'all
this
doing
wind is
amazing,
cutting
sweeties.
up.
The wind and the mist.
Thank you, thank you.
The fog. This is a nasty combination.
It is a nasty combination. I've died because of it before.
Okay. Go right here.
Oh, pardon me.
Hey,
You almost
nice,
there.
Okay.
You almost there.
It's already so late. Time
We need
moves
to play
quick.
spottle auto league.
I don't know if you make that way.
The smoke. You can see the smoke over the horizon.
Period.
You
Oh,
know
not there yet.
We're
I thought we were
almost
there.
That's why I specifically said
Oh
over
my
the horizon. Maybe if you go
Do,
to the
do I just chain
right.
launch us
Oh,
over
we can
here?
go on to the right. We can go on to the
Yeah.
right. Yeah, go on to the right. So we ain't gotta wait something. We're safe now.
Oh, you're gonna go that right. Oh shit, I went down.
Oh.
Oh, that's okay.
I might die. I might die. No, I'm good.
No, Sin! You're right there.
He was stuck in the crash.
Yeah, I was. I definitely was. Game tried to end me.
Eh.
There we go.
Cha.
Just a few
Okay.
hundred meters.
Now we should be good. Oh yeah, we're good.
Nuna's so pretty.
Here. Maybe.
Yeah. Oop, I got you. Ciao.
Victory.
What's it, Sherlock?
If we can make it this far.
Bitch, we finna have
We're
Power
making some type of
Rangers
example.
in Fortnite?
Period.
Interesting.
The Sherlock was good too. I don't know if it was Sherlock for sure.
I hate this little like like you gonna make me climb this little thing. Like, come on now. You got it.
Who's smoking? Ain't nobody smoking. I meant the smoke.
Thank you.
The smoke is to
Let's
let
bring
you
back our
know that you
friends.
got to the peak. Also, Coffee ate me earlier, and I have not forgiven
And
him.
here we go.
Oh, I'm back.
Yay, come
Yay.
bike.
Welcome bike.
The third time or fourth time to
backpacks.
charge?
Listen, you know, this is the one. This is the one. No more dying from anybody. We all make it. Oh, we gotta get a backpack. There's green. Oh, there's green transparency. I'll drop it if anybody wants it.
It was definitely not Sherlock, but all right.
Yeah, Coffee ate me.
All the food? I don't have any food.
Here you go.
Wow.
Yeah, I'll give you this.
Here
I'll
you go,
give you
here
this
you
here.
go. Oh,
I'll use the Pandora's box.
Thank you. Nothing being stingy now. Oh, I burned
Yeah,
them,
like right at the end.
extra backpack.
but it ate. You want a coffee? Go ahead. I ate a burned marshmallow, but it wasn't bad.
Everybody good?
Coffee
Yep.
was like,
For now.
you want to eat meat,
All
psych?
right, this is the best part of the game.
My
Alright, see that
favorite
luggage up there in
part.
the top left?
Wait,
Now.
wait. Where are the marshmallows?
Sometimes
Oh.
they don't spawn enough.
Here you go.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think I volunteered Char to get it.
left.
Oh, there's a luggage on the
Not
right.
much.
That's
I'm not
pretty
sure.
much in the open.
Maybe it's not loud.
Yeah.
It's
like,
some eggs over here.
Then?
I'm good. I didn't fall. I grabbed the wall.
So?
I'm not
Oh,
gonna lie,
hi,
I dropped the
Michi.
luggage.
Corpse, can we give them a shout out, please? I think I'm doing something stupid. I think I'm
Alright.
doing something stupid already. Hi, I'm on a different area because I'm doing stupid shit. Oh right. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Ooh, I
I'll-
see egg.
Oh, I see. Oh, and the luggage over there, but too. I might just let it egg. I ain't even
Is it
open
going down or is it going up?
They're over there.
It's going up.
Come on, Char.
Actually, let me not eat because you know my hunger's looking mighty low. Maybe I want it to be low.
All right, lava's going down.
Yeah.
It won't burn you. Come on
It is
down.
burning.
Yeah. It's a fucking energy drink.
Well, I don't know if I can make this jump. Damn. I can climb up there. I can make it.
Them eggs looking mighty delicious.
I'm gonna carry one for later. Oh, never mind.
Actually, no. You can
Oh.
take it. I'll use the
No
Pandora's
eggs for
box.
Char? Dead.
Wait,
I
no,
put
no, no.
one in my backpack.
Someone take it. I'll drop it again. Oh, actually, I'll put it in the backpack.
I don't think I'm gonna make it.
Okay.
That mountain about to be on fire. The one you're standing on, I ain't gonna hold you.
Oh, it is.
It's okay. We could just oopsies. I had it pushed to talk when I was dead. Let me just make sure this is the other way. Hee hee hee.
Rolly poly, rolly rolly poly.
Yeah, we gotta go back over here actually.
Which way?
No, I was telling Char we have to go to where y'all are.
Oh, okay.
It's alright, I got you. You got it. Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm on mobile. Hold on. Eesh. Oh, it's not letting me do it. Child, hold on. Let me make sure I'm safe. Oh, let me up. Oh, chain?
Right this way.
See, okay.
Yeah, you use the chain.
You going? Otherwise, I'll go first.
All right, who's gonna be charged first?
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'm going.
Nice. We can, if you cut right a little bit, we can pull
Oh,
you.
what the hell?
Like over here.
Okay. We got no stamina. Another chain.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay. Oh wait, we're going over lava. Y'all are some risky. I like it.
Gotta be a little risky with this section.
I don't see any more luggages. So I'll get it low.
Yeah.
Ooh, you was finna be burnt. Did your toe touch the lava? Or not? On my screen, it kind of did.
Oh, it did. It definitely did.
Oh, okay.
Actually, yeah.
La, 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 la.
We always.
Oh, if we go now, we can go this way. I'm gonna do that right now.
Thank you.
I got so many ailments.
Oh, did you use Pandora's?
Huh?
Did you use Pandora's box?
No. What is it? No, I have not. I have like hunger. I have fire damage. I have the curse thing.
Oh, natural ailments.
That's literally me
Oh,
right
okay,
now.
okay.
Please don't fall. Don't get
Oh,
burnt
shit.
either.
So I
Is
got
it
like.
burning?
I thought it was hot.
Yeah.
You got a little bit on you.
Now.
We're kind of, well, like halfway there.
Where would we even go from here?
And the dance. La 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 la.
We can just run straight across. Or we could go left. Left is a safer way, but I'll probably run straight across.
All ready?
Yep, yeah, I can go now.
La 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 la.
Char's over there jamming.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, oh,
I sure am.
Rumbling.
I'll say left. Left is a safer way, but I'm probably just gonna go straight to like shortcut. I'll wait until lava.
Cooking egg.
Child, if I ain't eat that egg, I would have died.
Girl, where are you?
Right here.
Oh,
Are you not picking up the egg dance?
I am.
Ask the cook first.
It's not good. Dang. Look at you.
Are you gonna make it, Jahar? Your way? Unless you wanna run with us.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna take like the long way around. I gotta be extra careful with my stamina.
Don't down, we don't die.
Oh, and I got fall damage because I'm stupid.
It's hot. It's hot.
Are we running?
Ooh. Better hurry up.
Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead.
No, Jakara.
I believe you, I believe you. Ah, there's no way we can get over to her.
It's hot and I don't have. I'm dead. Okay.
I can make my way to Jahar. Hold on.
Hey. Hey.
I don't have a way to cool you down, but
Oh, I'm
get
burning.
Jahar, I'll be right back.
Okay. Oh, the fire's kind of close.
You know what I love? No one can see that Coffee is just like over there behind
She's, like, right
Daz
there.
burning.
Okay.
Coffee is just like on fire and no one's paid him any mind.
Do we have like a
Oh.
hero?
Yeah, this dance was
Coffeeville.
crazy.
Put you down, work some coffee. Get my bag. Where's my bag? Oh my god. Oh my god.
I wish I could feed you the Pandora's box.
No! Oh
we have
my
nothing to cool
goodness.
you off. Damn it.
Coffee, I'm so sorry.
Jaja. Thank you for the
Keep
biddies.
carrying it. Hopefully it'll go away. I'm just gonna hold Jar up and see and just pray for the best.
We lost coffee.
Coffee? Ooh.
When did we lose Coffee?
He fell and burned.
Oh.
I wish there was like a cooling drink. Like any drink wouldn't cool you down. Maybe the sports drink. I wish it was like a little. The heat is going down slowly but surely. Okay. Do you think it'll make it if I keep holding you up?
You have toasted and roasted coffee. It's sick.
Oh, okay. Do we have healing? Do we have a healing item?
I have nothing.
Damn. Yeah. No.
But the magic bean.
Oh, you're back. Hey. Okay. It worked. Here, Jahar. You can use this. I do have
pretty
a
far. I'm getting
Pandora's box.
very hungry, by the way.
But that's the only thing I have. Yeah, I don't have it. You just use it and pray for the RNG. Was it good? Hopefully.
No.
Oh.
Was it? Did it? Yeah, like if it
It
like
gave
it'll
me a
give you
little bit
ailments,
of
but
poison.
oh, okay, yeah, but did it take away your damage though?
Nope.
Nope. Oh shit. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. I'll make
Oh,
a
that's where
run
we're
for it.
going? Y'all just
Yeah, bro, yeah.
wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah. I was.
Wow.
Listen,
Wow.
I knew I ain't had no choice but to just go.
Yeah, I'm cooked. I'm cooked.
No, Char, you bet. No, you're not.
Y'all
you're
can
not
have
cooked.
me. Yeah, y'all have.
Char,
y'all can
not
have
you
me
wanting to
for
go
dinner.
to the lava.
It's like
You think I
Coffee's
want to?
dead
I have no
body
choice.
over here.
In the arms.
Oh wait,
Did Coffee have something in his bag?
Did it call?
Nah.
None that
it
I'm
was
aware
empty.
of.
No.
Oh,
Okay.
damn.
Just
we
the
can make it,
empty
we can make it.
Jansport bag.
They ain't want to give us no more eggs or nothing. Like, damn.
Tolan, go to sleep.
She tried.
Dude, this hunger is thick in. This one is no damn joke.
Oh, they left me.
Girl, you're not paying attention.
Oh, it's on fire. It's on fire. The rock is on fire. Char, you gotta hurry. Char, you gotta hurry.
Help
We
me.
should leave too. We
Help
should
me,
leave
help me,
too.
help me.
I'm fine.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Oh, are you safe?
Ooh. That
Oh, I
chain
think
is
she's
on
safe.
fire.
Okay, I think she's safe. Okay, she's safe.
We can go on this one.
Okay, I may pass out because I drank the energy drink and it's probably gonna take whatever I have. Yeah. So I'm gonna just stay here. I'm gonna chill. Because I
Alright.
have like, I could jump, and that's all I got.
That's it.
That's it. And we're trying to go
No,
where?
you're not.
Over here to the left and then keep on going.
Let's aim for there.
I mean, if you
I'm not gonna
want
make
to.
it. Yeah, I'm cooked. Bye, y'all.
So dramatic. Come
Oh,
on.
I'm dead. I'm dead. I don't have enough stamina to get up here.
3 whole stamina, I'm staying. I'm gonna start eating one of them.
Okay, I see Jakara. I see Jakara. Oh. My stomach is kinda rumbling.
I'm just over here. I'm roasting slowly. Oh, there go the lava. There go the lava. Yeah. Died in the game and dying in real life? Oh my god. Whew.
Oh.
Look how cute I look though.
Ooh.
Where they at? Hey,
That is sick. I'm not gonna be able to make it. I can't justify it. Yeah, I'm cooked.
I think I've died on literally every single portion of this run.
Yeah.
Oh wait,
Hey,
sorry, Charlie. I'm coming to.
you-
Charlie, come to the right. Come to the right. No,
You're
I'm
not
sorry.
good.
My mic was muted.
You're not.
I can't make
see you.
it. All right.
I put that there so you don't freeze, so you don't burn, You won't burn. Actually, is it burning you?
Yes, it sure is.
But
Oh, we're right here.
grab
Oh,
you.
that's
We're right here.
Ooh, I'll grab her in a second.
Char's like
Ooh,
hunger bar is enough that she finna start looking at y'all like chickens in a couple seconds. So also be mindful of
Alright,
that.
I need you to wake up. Just a little bit. Char, I need you to wake up.
Just give her
Char.
a couple more seconds. Okay, there's another
Alright,
tick.
so I'm
Hold
gonna keep
on.
opening.
There's another tick. Maybe like the next 2 ticks. Alright, she should be up like soon.
Okay. Let me get my backpack. We have some
Knock him back.
potent in there. Oh, I'm finna die. Oh shit.
Sendo.
Oh. What's the backpack worth?
Oh, can someone pull me? Can someone pull me? Ooh, I need you. I might die. Okay, yeah, I'm dead.
I
No,
was about to eat you. You're lucky. If you're
Des.
gonna die, I might eat you.
Hmm.
Is he dead? Is he dead?
Sensible?
Very dead. Very dead.
Shoot,
Very
I should have
dead.
eaten. I should have eaten him.
I'm not gonna lie. I feel like you should let Daz eat you, so Daz can have enough energy to get all of us revived.
Are you saying I should sacrifice myself?
Well, maybe.
He doesn't even need me. Look, he's all the way over there.
Yeah, but he got like a crazy hunger bar.
Then what am I supposed to do? I'm all the way over here. He can't even eat me from this distance.
I don't know. Do a flip.
I think if you go right and around, you can go right and around.
Daz can just like go.
Yeah,
to your
come.
body.
I mean,
I literally have no stamina. I can't do anything.
And we learned earlier, like,
Okay.
you know, eating people is like instantaneous, so. Isn't that
I'm
right,
about to lose
Coffee?
stamina, so.
Oop. I should have eaten him.
I ain't gonna lie, I wouldn't have been mad if you did.
And I was so close to finishing you too. I was like, oh, he's still moving. Let me stop.
Oh, were you? Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Not finishing.
I went for the back just because I know this last area. Actually, no, I can still go back for myself.
No.
Oh.
I'll fix it. Don't worry.
Okay.
Oh, no, I'll fix it.
Hey, Daz,
Make sure you give up.
You gotta give up. There we go.
Hey.
It's a ghost party.
Hi.
This backpack chart to hell. Oh my god.
It really is intimidating.
Oh.
It really is.
Pill mix. I'll open this up.
First aid kit.
I'll take damage. I got a scout effigy in case one of us dies. But I'm hurt though.
Oh!
What?
Sin? You're a turkey.
Oh shit, I am.
Where's your car?
I'm right here.
Ooh, Char, you're a turkey.
Okay, let's roast
we have
the
enough,
marshmallows. Let's roast the marshmallows before people get turned into food.
Ooh. I hear some gluckin' Char.
There's another marshmallow here if someone's needing it.
Oh, I'll take it.
Marshmallows is.
Oh, yeah, take
I
it. You
need
take
it.
it.
No, yeah, I'll just cooking it.
Oh, what the fuck?
I'm on that.
I'll eat it later.
For it, but you know, I don't know. I had 2 chain launches, but it's fine.
Do I still look like chicken?
Maybe.
Maybe he's crazy.
Nom.
All right,
Give
just
me
let
leg.
dance for
we
you.
should probably start moving before the hunger.
Yeah,
Hey.
yeah, the hunger's gonna be moving really fast.
Choo-choo. You better run.
I'm
That's
already
my
hungry.
song.
Is that your son?
I
What did you
love
not
Run
eat
Devil
already?
Run.
Or did
No,
you
I
eat marshmallows?
did.
do.
I ate a marshmallow.
But then again, I love Drill
And I'm
Generation
already getting
and
hungry.
Oh,
That was
okay.
my first
you mean like the
K-pop
hunger
song.
started.
Yeah.
That was your first? Oh my god.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hello, lag. Okay.
I remember everyone being shook when they brought that song out because they were so used to the cutesy Girls' Generation, and when they brought that song out, like, oh my god, they're back.
Where the hell are they? Child.
We'll go ahead and find a way. They'll catch up.
Hi, Bushy. Welcome back.
Okay. Ooh, what we eating?
Oh! Ow! My shit crashed. I'm gonna just close out the game. I'm gonna just close out the game. This shit has been against me all day. Oh my god. It's been against me all fucking day. Wow. Okay.
Do you want an invite right now, Jabari?
All right. Well, that was peak. I'm going back to either Somnium Files and I'm gonna play it for like till like 9:30. That sound cool? That's cool. I'm sorry it's been kicking you out. No, it hasn't been kicking me out. That's the first time it's kicked me out. It's just like, the point that I got kicked out at, like you literally cannot get revived anymore past that point. So once I got kicked out, just close the game because there's no point. I cannot play. What about your friends? I'm watching them. They got this. Jakar come back. For what? Dead. I'm about dead as hell. You can't even get revived. We might could bring you back with what? Did you find an effigy? And even if you did, I lost all my shit. Who got the effigy? Sin? Okay. It's gonna take a little bit for it to like actually boot the hell back up. Hold on. Cause like I completely closed out the game. Where the fuck is Peak? Child. It kept lagging and I thought it would have been fine and it was just like, well, boom, disconnected. Also, sorry that y'all can't see anything. I should put like a funny little video in this screen or something while I'm like finding shit so you're not just staring at like a black screen. I don't know, Coffee. Send a fucking invite since I can come back. I hope you're listening. Char sent it. I ain't get no invite. Hold on. Let me open the message. Yeah, it says the last time she sent an invite was like 3 hours ago when we started. Hi, maybe Antonio. How are you? Welcome in. How'd you find me? Coffee, coffee, coffee. How are you, Antonio? How's your day going? All right, coffee, send a damn invite. You got 3 seconds before I close this again and go back to the other game. Oh, you did that shit fast as hell. It's okay, and you? I am good. I've been struggling and he was not playing. He surely was not. I've been struggling in this game. I have died in every single biome in this game. And the last one wasn't even my fault. So yeah. Like that shit just straight up disconnected. I wonder like if it's gonna bring me back, can I have my stuff, please? I still can't get past the snow area. The snow area is a pain in the ass. And like the fire area is like not that bad to traverse. It's just you get hungry so fast. Why am I alive? Hello? I'm at the very beginning. Wait for me. Yeah, I got revived where I got disconnected. Hold on, I'm coming. I still have my items and everything. Hold on. How far up are y'all? Please don't tell me y'all really far.
Not very far.
Okay, cool.
We're in the beginning. Just come up here to the right, and then it's pretty easy.
Oh my god.
Ooh.
Wait, no, come to the end first. Come to the end first. And then come over here.
Yeah,
to the right. And then just come this way.
Oh shit! I don't know where you went.
It's pretty easy.
I'll back.
Did you jump?
Come back right now.
Can I do this?
I'm trying to. But these runs randomly when the last boss.
Ooh, hello.
Come
Don't do
here,
that.
right?
Yeah, I kind of
Thank
went
you.
Okay.
So you jump.
Coming over here.
I wasn't expecting to be back. I literally went and booted up a whole different game. I was just like, oh, it's gonna disconnect the feedback.
Over here. Oh shit.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, you're fine. I slipped off. It wasn't you. Okay. Coming around to it. Over here.
Don't do that. Okay.
And then climb up here.
Are you good?
Am I? Do I go down?
All right.
Go up.
Yeah.
Alright.
Oh yeah, you go down and then come up. Yeah.
Let me go. There you go. Ooh, what the
It's
hell
all
are we?
you coffee.
Then I went this way.
What are we doing?
I think we're jumping across. Oh, coffee fell.
Coffee?
Coffee?
Oh.
Uh,
Now he's extra toasted.
I can bring coffee back.
I'm scared.
I don't want to bring coffee back now.
Okay. I'm gonna try and crawl across.
So what are we?
Yeah, I crawled there and then you jumped. And then I did.
Okay, so let's hear. Yeah.
I don't know. It's okay.
If you get right here, you can stand.
But dat is al. Dat heet het.
Thank you.
Wie? Ja. Just now? Somebody was rubber banding on my screen. It's Shakara. She's rubber banding on my screen like crazy.
I just looked at your screen.
Oh.
Why am I doing that on your screen? Because I look so normal. See, they go to lag. They kicked my
You're
ass
fine
out the
with
first
me.
time.
Ooh.
Okay.
Char, you're falling. You're falling, Char.
All right.
Oh.
Chuck.
I was fine before.
Where are we going next?
Oh, by me. This is the only way.
You said by. Oh,
Behind
okay.
you.
I'm just like, where? We not pointing nothing out.
Well, Char's dead.
I don't understand. Oh, I don't. No, I wasn't gonna fall. Why she sound like she on the water? I don't know.
Oh, I can't get you. I can't get you. Okay, you made it.
Ooh! Ooh!
I'm
Oh,
dead
no.
again.
No!
I'm dead.
Alright, guys, I need you to not leave me, okay? Okay.
Alright, wait, hold on.
I did, yeah. Oh, wait.
Woo, hold on.
Are you hungry?
I'm still here.
I'm not
Yeah, I
saying
found
that there's
food,
people
and I
from somewhere bad, but
found,
these are nostalgic for me.
I found a bandage.
I definitely feel like a lot of
I lied.
Tsushima
I'm finna die.
Bomb music,
You're
though.
good?
Give me some good songs.
No, because I don't have
Do you
enough.
need bandages?
See, no, I
Wait,
just
what
need
do you
food.
need? Okay, I'll come back. I did find food here. Okay, come down here.
Y'all doing amazing, sweetie.
I'm wearing the skirt.
Is that good?
I feel like that.
I'm gonna try it with this.
Wait, do you need more? I have only one more left.
Okay, I can get the last one then, I guess. I hope this is worth it.
Alright, there we go.
Alright, and show me the way again, because, child.
I don't remember. Was it up here? No, it wasn't up here. It's down here. Oh, it's over there.
Okay.
The way I would watch these
Now.
music videos, y'all.
Okay.
I'm coming to catch y'all.
Okay. The center of the earth? No, we're in a volcano.
And then you gotta go over there.
You gotta climb?
Yes.
It's lagging again. There we
I
go.
may not make it because I'm super hungry, but we'll see. Thank you. Okay.
And it's done.
And then we keep going this way. That's a risky jump, I'm not gonna lie, but that's our best option.
Oh. We staying on that, like, the
Better
edge?
hold that mouse button. No, just climb it.
Oh, another luggage. Rope.
Okay.
Got a rope.
Okay.
Could you walk in place?
I'm gonna keep climbing up.
Alright. Get ready, keep up stance.
Somebody feed her. We all starving to death, child.
Yeah.
The dance. Oh.
Alright, I guess the next area we could probably go is up there.
I was gonna turn this on by the way before.
Where?
Or no, over there on that little ledge. But then I don't know where we go from there. Okay, so we go here. I could probably lollipop up there, and then we go up that way. You can see where I'm pointing. Okay, that works.
Okay, okay.
Alright, I'm gonna go soccer now.
You got a little warm.
Do I have to? I do have the lollipop. Okay.
So y'all gotta look for an opening. 'Cause why does it look like y'all are trapped? It feels like it. It feels like it.
Okay, should I start from? Please make it up here. Please make it up here. Okay, I may pass out, but I'll be good.
The time when Super Junior was still 13. 13, right? I think 13, yeah.
Let me know when
Members?
that's
I think they have 13 members.
Oh.
Yeah. But they went
Pretty
small
good.
real quick. There was always
With
something.
the rope.
And they had subgroups.
We can probably make it, yeah. I mean, I probably can.
We can try. We can try.
It reaches though. Oh!
Imagine having to sleep with 30 people in a dorm. I don't know if that was their
That's the best I could do.
Okay, I'm gonna come right here.
All right, I'm up. I'm up. You able to grab me?
I'm coming up too.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. No.
Game?
Oh, that
Pissed me off.
Daz, don't.
Hold on. Don't grab me. Don't grab me. Don't grab me. Don't grab me. Don't grab
Grab
me.
you? Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, it's the grab. Oh my god.
Yeah, the game be playing games. Yeah.
Friends,
Your cover is
Yes.
still
Yes.
Oh.
y'all look real delicious right now.
Oh. Okay, look, Daz,
real
look.
good,
We,
Your cover is rubber banding like crazy on my screen. It's like
It's
she's
giving Publix chicken.
if you do, Daz, wait, hold on here.
Actually.
Come back here. I have an effigy, so you could do it and then revive me.
Oh wait, no.
Sure?
Eat me. I don't have any items.
That is smart. Yeah, eat him and revive him. Dang.
I don't have.
Oh,
any,
you don't have any items?
No, I have no items, and I'm hungry myself. So just, yeah.
Okay.
You stand right here.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess. Yeah.
Back
I'm
away.
sorry, Jakara. I'm so sorry.
Damn, Dad, you actually did. That's crazy. I can't believe it.
Delicious.
Wow, your hunger is gone.
Yeah.
It is fully gone.
I won't get you back now. I'll wait just in case until we're really hungry, so that when you come back, you'll have like little, you know what I mean, like little hunger. It's just so your bar isn't running. I don't know if that makes sense. That could be
Okay.
closer to the top.
Okay.
Yeah. So. Just because I don't know if at least we're gonna make it. I mean, that
have choice.
But yeah. But we'll get you back. Because this hunger meter, it won't take too long. This hunger meter is moving.
Okay, I want to do ring ding dong from Shiny.
You just get 8 of today? Coffee.
Ring ding dong, ring ding dong, ding
Okay.
ding 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 dong.
Which way do we go? This
No,
way?
I said ring ding dong.
Here.
Hey.
Ooh, that's you got to pull me up, Dad. I'm not gonna lie to you.
All right. I
It's
got
just,
you.
unless you wanna boost me up, I can maybe make it.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
Ring ding dong, ring ding dong, ring ding 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 ding.
Okay, alright. Oh, luggage. A flare. Are you for real, game?
Now.
I can need a damn flare.
Could have had like 2 things, a trail mix. First, there's some more luggage above you.
Oh, yes. Okay, perfect.
Maybe Dash should get it.
It's doable. It's doable.
Oh. I'm making it harder for myself.
Oh, this food, a granola bar, and a rope cannon. Actually, I might bring you back now.
Yeah, because like the behind you, like where you're facing right now. Well, the opposite way where you're facing, like a little to the left.
Oh, which way? Left?
That looks.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks doable.
Right here?
Oh.
It looks more
I
doable
trust it.
than
I'm scared.
half of these places.
Anything else? Let me see. We could do this and risk it on a fire rock. I might do that.
Yeah.
I'll make a run for it. Or we could jump left over. Actually, no. Either way, we gotta burn. Okay, fuck it. I'm going for it.
Ow! I'm a marshmallow.
Wait, is this what?
Wait, I think over here is kind of fine. Maybe.
Okay, there's a.
Oh, I made it, guys. I made it.
It's a little ledge up there.
I can't revive you here. Hold on.
Ooh, I
I'm scared
hope.
to revive you here.
Right.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it. It's a little safer area up there.
Yeah.
Ooh, I know your feet. Burn in. All right, I'm gonna get you. If I can climb.
Just have Daz pull you up. You right there.
You are.
Come bite. Oh, hey, coffee.
Oh, everybody have coffee? Hello?
Well,
I thought it was
Turns
one of
out it's random.
Who was the first to die?
okay.
Yeah, maybe
Well-
because you
Oh.
see.
I see luggage.
That's a turn of events. Okay. I didn't expect that.
I thought it would bring back everybody, but it brought back the green motherfucker.
Oh. No, the
if we
first one
go-
brings everyone back.
If we go around,
Oh,
we can go up
be careful.
over here. There's
And Coffee
luggage,
has no
too.
hunger, so there's that.
Yeah.
Where are you trying to go?
Hopefully. We can jump there. I have a rope cannon. Oh, actually, we may not need a rope cannon.
Ooh, sharp.
Or that.
What's that song called? Is it
I
called
don't think.
Light of the Death?
I don't think that's doable.
By 21?
Oh, wait, I don't know if we can get that luggage. I might go this way.
Okay, they can no longer hear me right now. But let me go back and read what y'all were saying. Hello? Where's my fucking thingy?
Oh, I might need a boost. Well, actually, I could boost you up there, and you can pull me. Oh, actually, you can make it each. Probably make
Oh,
it.
do I not get my fucking
You know.
mouse because I'm dead? Boo.
Okay, I got you.
Ooh, will your boy make this?
You got it. There
Oh
you go.
my god.
Friend, got tank launcher.
Oh, nice.
What's your bias? Dang.
Where are they? Oh, okay, cool.
Oh, hey.
Oh, hello.
This is why I despise you. Oh. But for your earlier answers, Bushy, I was focusing on not dying in the lava. So, with this game, all of the island items you have to forage, or you have to find in these random luggages.
Is that a K-pop group?
On the ground and in various locations, and they'll have
Chocolate lava.
The fact that you can
items
rate me
of
sick,
very
that means I really need to go to bed.
Chocolate lava.
items of very
Get to rate
helpfulness.
me means I really need to go to bed. Let me pause the music real quick. I was in my old K-pop music era.
We can go behind us.
I'm Friday Super based in the
I
Netherlands.
think. Oh, never mind. Ignore me.
Three.
Ignore me.
They're obviously
Yeah,
dead
I
because
was-
it is 2:38
I was gonna do
a.m.
this, and,
Don't ask me why I'm up.
We both-
Whenever you play Peak, these
Your
wrong
stamina gauge
runs
literally melted when
go
you
long
climbed
for no
that.
reason. You actually
We're
do
almost
start
there, so if
madly
we have
fast.
items we can
You know,
use.
I know, but I'm gonna go ahead and show you how to rate Taylor so you kind of know
have
where
a
you've
rope
ended up in,
cannon, I don't
and
know where to
then
put
we can
it.
chat.
Do I maybe put it somewhere here? We could get burned a little bit, but I don't want to put it here. We
The
don't, but
opening.
I feel like that's risky.
Or whatever, or whoever's stamina gauge. So it's not
wait,
my
what's up?
stamina gauge because I'm
The
dead.
opening. We're almost
Oh,
there.
where? Oh, okay, the top. Oh wait, can I do this? No, that's too high.
But it's not mine. But for example, I'm looking at Dad's. So the darker green bar, that's his actual stamina. The brown bar with the slashes, that's weight.
think
That's
this is the
negative
way.
impact. That's stamina he does not have. The yellow with the stomach icon, it's obviously hunger.
And
And then
there's a
the
little wedge
other
right here.
thing, the little,
Yep.
the one at the very
Alright.
end with the little, I have no idea what kind of symbol that is. I'm so sorry. It's dark
Welcome
blue.
back. How was your stream?
That
Thank you so much for bringing your
symbol
community
is,
over to mine. I appreciate it. I'm still gonna be here till they
Because
reach
he
the
got
peak,
cursed,
and then I'm
'cause he
going to
ate
bed
me.
because it's late as
If you
hell.
eat somebody, you get cursed.
What can you expect in my
because-
stream? A lot of games,
Cannibalism.
variety, cozy, management, simulation, JRPGs.
And right now he
I
has
have
a
my times where I
little,
co-work sometimes
another
because I'm a
one,
business owner, so I have to
and
work on orders, make my orders,
Sam,
it has
you
a
know.
fire icon. It's because
add things to the
obviously he
webshop.
was standing on
Yeah, I
something
think
that
so.
was burning. And then the last
Plus, I build a lot of
one
Legos.
is
I just really do whatever
the one
I
at the
feel like
very
doing, so
bottom,
you
the
can't
second
expect
bar, that is extra
anything. But the
stamina.
5 is always cool. 5 is
And
always.
once you use that extra
You-
stamina up, unless you get
especially when
another
you're
item
today I
that
played,
has
Ground
that
Best
gives you
2
extra
with my
stamina,
son
you
and my
do not
partner.
get it.
Okay, thank you.
I just
Once you
recently
use it, it
released
is
my own
gone.
merch. Like I said,
It
I
does
made
not
that
replenish.
myself. We're just chilling. We're just chilling.
I think we made it.
How was your stream, Tally? What did you do?
I think y'all
I think
made
the
it.
last time I was to your stream, you were doing your wall.
It's definitely not this way.
Y'all were
And y'all
putting
be
up
talking
the.
about me playing hard ass games.
What do you
Because this is
call that in
game
English?
is
The pieces of wood, they are like
I
cut
can
to size.
appreciate difficulty.
And then the
if
last
it's
time I came in,
cute.
it was already painted and everything. You were done. I was like, oh, she finished.
They wasn't giving
yeah,
Elden Ring's
Murray.
not
over
cute.
here's
I'm
good.
so sorry.
I'm gonna need that one. You have to grab me, yeah.
And socks, and there is a bucket head and a bunch of other stuff.
Oops, sorry.
T-shirts. I make them
Also,
all right here.
right here.
Cannibalism is in this game.
I will be
If
doing
your
more of this
bar
next week.
is
I have
like
kind of
70%,
out to my community in the States, in the UK.
70% hunger,
Come on, coffee.
everybody
A little bit
around you
everywhere.
will start
Man, you be
looking
working. I've
like
been
roasted
working.
Help,
chicken
help.
with steam coming off.
But I also take this very serious.
You probably
It's
didn't
not
know
just
that
a
because
hobby
it's like
to
a
me. It's
newer
like
feature.
business.
So
2
Okay,
more
we're
weeks,
good
they
up
can
here.
have
Just
all my
walk.
money for that bitch.
it's been here for like less than a week.
I appreciate you.
Listen, I can smell the fresh air.
But yeah, I also happen to
I
be on a
would've hit
partner
that lava,
push.
I would've
Is
been
Shar
so
If
here?
you can keep it that
Yes,
open for
Shar
me
is actually
whenever you see
streaming
me
this,
on,
and
I
I got
would appreciate
invited.
that.
Like I
but,
played,
you know,
I
I'm
started
not forcing
playing
anyone.
this
I would like you to be
with
able to
Coffee
actually
earlier.
enjoy
Actually,
here.
it was just the two of us, and then me and Coffee like threw ourselves down a mountain. Well, I threw myself in some lava.
Okay.
And
Oh, y'all
We
looking
get
like
rated
some
when we
got
turkeys
invited
here.
by
I'll take
Gab.
it.
They had to leave the party.
I'll take care
Wait,
of
we're
it.
almost there.
As Shar, and then
Hey.
Shar invited
Now,
Y'all
so
almost
there
Don't
was
grab
six
me
of
because
us.
it's being
Oh,
nasty.
okay. It's being weird again. Okay.
As you should.
Yeah.
As you should. Yeah. Yeah. So I have a lot of plans and things to do, but you know, slowly but surely we'll get there.
And for curiosity's
Okay,
sake,
behind us,
Oh,
coffee.
when y'all might go over there.
you can
Oh,
only
my whole
play with
area
4
is-
people.
We can go right here.
There is a mod to play with more
Oh,
than
yep, you're
4,
right.
which is
Boxes
probably
with
why it's been
clothing.
so difficult. It's already hard to
Other
find like
stuff.
food for 4 people. Trying to find enough food for like 6 people
If I tell you,
is
how many y'all to reach the peak? I have to tinkle.
something. And like
Oh,
you
we
know,
finna get it. We finna get it. We finna get it. We finna get it.
I see it. I guess this
Victory.
really was the one.
It was. Oh my
Yeah, really
goodness. And
finishing
I'm
Ascent 3
starving.
so
like
everybody
hell.
can eat 1 person. Technically, you can eat as many people as you want.
Okay.
It would be kind of funny if y'all
technically-
would end up eating each other right now.
But
Yeah, hilarious.
It would be pretty funny.
Sensible is probably at the point where we can't see how they look,
Man.
but
I haven't seen
Hey,
the
we
peak
did
yet.
it.
Start
I haven't
looking
seen
like
the peak ever since that
chicken.
one time that I soloed by myself.
she better eat some. Sensible,
fix that,
they're right there. Like this
Yeah,
is
for
literally
sure.
the top of
At
the
this point, I'm
mountain.
used to seeing.
This is the
peak.
top of
You
the mountain.
die to BS. I will say. How did you die? It like pushed you off, which is
Yeah,
pretty
it was.
annoying.
The game was just tripping.
So
I
this
don't
is
even
peak.
know why
This
I
is the
fell. I
end
was
of the
pretty
game.
steady, and then all of a sudden,
You
that's
kn- you
you're
know-
falling. I'm like, huh? But why?
Mind you, this was the third.
Look, you know what I
difficulty.
noticed? This game pushes you down. Like if you stand still and look at your feet, like I don't. It like makes you slide. I don't know why. It's pretty
Yeah, it
annoying.
was weird. It was weird. The way you play this game too.
Now,
it's
who
just
had the
really
magic
interesting.
GG's
bean and did not
everybody.
use
Jahali,
it?
you're here with us.
Yeah, I have seen
Oh.
the peak. I've seen the peak.
We couldn't
You
use
know,
it.
Tenderfoot though, and I did it alone.
There's nowhere to put
This
it.
game is so fun. It really is. It really is.
This was a nice, fun
So
little
welcome
game.
in. Thank you for
This is
joining.
like-
Never seen the peak. Well, this is
Oopsies.
it. It actually has flowers. which is not
Amazing.
dead, but I'm dead,
$5.
so.
Amazing.
Save
for
us. We
$8.
hungry.
This game is $7.99 on Steam,
Yeah.
and when you get to the top, you
Light
can just
and
like
flares.
Daz,
light a
I'm
whole
sorry.
bunch of.
Please don't eat me,
flares.
please.
Daz, I'm sorry.
You can also play it by yourself, but
Yo, we're gonna make it.
Hey, look,
got
we can
food in
make
the
it, but you know,
helicopter.
I need
They
food
got
for the
food in the
wait.
helicopter.
I need food for the wait.
he's threatening to Daz.
Oh my
basically,
god.
Is what's happening right there.
Oh man.
He was about to eat.
It's gonna break.
You
Like
get to a certain point of hunger, your friends start looking
Hey.
like chickens.
now, why is it coffee?
Roasted chicken.
Right. High five. What?
Y'all did amazing, sweeties. What is that blue line?
GG's.
We did a, what was that, Ascent 3?
Your my thing says
Yeah,
your
this was
friends
Ascent
left you
3.
to die.
Cute ending. Yeah. I've peeked several times, but mostly as a ghost. And the one time that I did see the peak, not as a ghost, was when I did it by myself.
That's so crazy. So it's gonna
Can't
be
wait to
stuck on
some
this for me until
Wicked.
the host, aka Shar, continues.
A new sash. Ascent 4 unlocked. Okay, I'm gonna turn it off because I think it's ending. Oh, it's not glitching?
Oh, it's going, yeah. Sometimes it's a little weird with the co-op, yeah.
Yeah, solo gang, I know ranking. Not the beanstalk.
Coffee will leave us all to die, especially me. No, I
The
feel like
beanstalk just
you would
pointing
leave
at the
Coffee to die
king.
before he thinks about leaving you to die.
It looks good. Press any button to continue. Yeah, I'm a.
Yes.
Thank you so much for playing with me, friends.
Thanks for
I appreciate
having
it.
Thank you for
us.
the invite.
Of
Yes,
course.
thank you so much for
Always.
playing Char, and keeping me, Jahara.
Jakara.
Appreciate you. It was
Of
nice meeting y'all.
Oop,
Of
can
course. Alright. Good night.
Coffee. Good night.
Good night,
Night.
everybody.
Good night.
Okay. Now I'm going to switch over to what the hell is that game? Just for like a little minute till 9:30. I'm gonna set an alarm for 9:30. Or do I want to go to 10? I don't know. I want to play out of Somnium Files. I played it more today than I've played it in a hot minute. Why 9:30? I don't fucking know. Cuz I want to watch JoJo's, but I know Corpse got to go to sleep at like 11 or something. So I didn't want to do it too late. Coffee, is your things broken? Your emotes? I swear your emotes are not working.